left channel, right channel, center.
ENVTuber 一問一答自己紹介
Yeah, and the tape's
それじゃあ
rolling.
行くよせーのお名前は
Katt Phloxworthy.
呼び方は
Just Cat is fine.
あなたは何系 VTuber?
Nerdy cat girl who features spaceflight.
誕生日は
May 4th.
年齢は
Older than Pneumatic.
性別は
Transgender
身
female.
長は
4'11".
出身は
Sacramento County.
チャームポイントは
Dialogue hair clip.
突然ですがモノマネどうぞ
Yeah, what's up, Dad?
活動場所は
Twitch, Twitter, YouTube.
はじめの挨拶
Thank you for joining me.
終わりの挨拶
Bye.
推しマークは
Not at present.
配信タグは
Catlight feed.
ファンアートは
Cat pics.
ファンネームは
Cat's apprentices.
好きな色は
Iris Indigo.
好きなことは
Vintage computers and
得
video.
意なことは
Technology.
ここで一言愛の告白好
I love you.
きな食べ物は
Ethnic foods.
好きな飲み物は
Craft soda.
好きな漫画は
Pizza 10.
好きなアニメは
Planet.
好きなゲームは
Left 4 Dead 2.
好きな音楽は
Classic rock.
苦手なことは
Human stupidity.
尊敬するのは
Space furry people.
叶えたい夢は
ISS crew
最後にみんな
interview.
に一言どう
Thanks
ぞ
so much for your support and a final status check.
Go Atlas. Go Centaur.
Go Katt Phlox.
You have permission to launch.
3, 2, 1. RD-180 ignition. Booster ignition and liftoff of Atlas V and Centaur. Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for joining me, and may the 4th be with you. Hi, Katt Phloxworthy here, and yeah, may the 4th be with you, and may the 4th made me. That's, as you could probably guess, it is, in fact, my birthday today. Having completed 56 laps around the sun, believe it or don't. Yes, it is a scary thought, isn't it? But anyway, yeah, thank you so much for joining me, and thanks for the wishes, Bryce. I appreciate it. It's been an interesting couple of years, that's for sure. And also, this also marks this year is the distinction of, unfortunately, being my first birthday without either of my parents being around anymore. So there is that. But in any event, I'm glad to be here. I hope everybody's having a great day, and also, speaking of Star Wars, I've actually been alive long enough to have seen the original Star Wars, and when it was not called A New Hope, in fact, it was just called Star Wars, and before apparently was even called as so much as The Star Wars. So, basically my whole thing is, Lucas, stay the hell out of that damn editing suite. You've already ruined the film enough from what I remember. Just the dressing up of the special effects is all you needed to do. Stop retconning stuff in. Don't mess around with the classic. I know it's your work and everything like that, but you have to understand, we're the ones who watch it. So, anyway, in any event, not to mention, I was also looking at a couple of scenes from another one that came out right around that particular time frame. Star Wars came out in '77, and the first Star Trek movie, Star Trek: The Motion Picture, came out 2 years later as a direct result of Star Wars having come out. And one of the things I watched was what they did differently between the original prints that came out in '79 and the director's cut that came out in 2001. They made a lot of changes. They did a lot of imagery adding, which they couldn't have done because they were on such a tight schedule to get it released right around, I believe, the 1st of December 1979. And they had a lot of visual effects issues, having to switch to another effects house. Although one of the effects from the original house is actually still in there, and that would be the wormhole sequence as they're getting ready to leave our solar system, and before the arrival of Mr. Spock. But the real scene that they were talking about on this one video that I watched, the difference between the original and the remaster, the director's cut, was the accident scene where Admiral Kirk and Mr. Scott run up to the transporter room to relieve an absolutely absolutely poor yeoman, Janice Rand, who was trying to bring a couple of people on board, including one of them being Commander Sunak, the Vulcan the first officer, excuse me, whom Spock would ultimately replace. There was a transporter accident, and those two ended up getting killed as a result. And unfortunately, they really messed up that scene. It didn't really. It felt very, how shall we say this, visceral. What happened to them in the original print. They put a lot more audio effects in the director's cut, and it took away a lot of that. And basically, where you hear when the transporter shut down for that at the end of that particular cycle, you hear these weirdly distorted voices reverb for just a split second, and then dead silence, only to turn back to Kirk, who's like absolutely gassed and saying, "Oh my God," and asking Starfleet if they received them, and they said, "Well, what we got back didn't live long, unfortunately." And of course, he said, spoke back to them saying, "Please express my condolences to their families. Commander Sonax can be reached through the Vulcan embassy." And he turns very dejectedly toward Yeoman Rand and said, "There was nothing you could have done. It wasn't your fault." So, yeah, that was a pretty sad scene, and it's making me remember, basically looking back at a bit of classic cinematography. And Star Trek: The Motion Picture pretty much came at the end of what people would say was the golden age of cinema. Everything nowadays is being blockbuster, and I more or less lost interest in films right around that time too. So, in any event, now, and the other thing I was watching earlier, and onto things a little happier, and right around the time I was still a kid, I was when I was working on some documents earlier, I was listening to a little bit of the Eagles, more particularly a song actually that's by Joe Walsh, one of the guitarists for the Eagles, and which was Rocky Mountain Way. And one of the things it features him doing is singing on a talk box, playing his guitar, which has and what a talk box is, it's a speaker with a plastic tube in it that goes up that snakes up the side of the mic stand and goes to the and basically he puts his mouth around the thing. It doesn't even have to he doesn't have to sing, he just has to mouth things, but he does actually do it in his in the studio recording, which actually sounds pretty good. But anyway, it is a rather interesting song, and of course the Eagles were doing the actual the rest of the instrumentals to back him up. The one I saw was from a concert performed at Washington, D.C. in 1977, and a whole bunch of others are on there, like Take It to the Limit, Take It Easy. The latter one actually originally being partially composed by Jackson Browne, who was roommates with Glenn Frey. Jackson Browne sort of hit a dead end on that, and then handed it to Glenn Frey, and of course he and the Eagles, which included Bernie Ledden at the time, who played banjo and a few other instruments, which gave their sound a bit of a more of a countryish sound. But he left, and I'm hearing different things saying whether one of them didn't like some of the direction the sound was going. So he, especially when you had Joe Walsh and guitarist Don Felder, whom along with Walsh provided the absolutely crazy duet at the end of Hotel California, which of course features Don Henley, one of the few lead vocalists who's also a drummer, and oftentimes drumming while he sings, like in concert. Another notable one is Phil Collins from Genesis, and of course he also has an extensive solo career too. So I was listening to a little bit of that, and like I said, I only just recently learned about the passing of Randy Meisner, the original bassist for the Eagles. And on top of that, he wrote and sang the Take It to the Limit, which is probably the Eagles' only song which featured Meisner as a lead singer. So, and also that song was famously used as part of one of the in one of the Cars trailers. So the one thing I noticed is that they sort of cherry picked the various lyrics out of there, because the actual song has absolutely nothing to do with racing cars, but they take the put me on a highway and show me a sign and take it to the limit one more time. So, but in any event, from what I understand, that song was actually about the relationship with his wife at the time. So, yeah. So in any event, that's what I've been doing today, and since I have been so busy, and I originally wanted this to feature a few collabs, that's not going to happen today. I might have something in the relatively nearest future. But one thing that is going to happen, I hope, I'm going to double check that right now while I'm still thinking about it, and that is next Monday, the 6th of May. Let's see. Aha, there that is. Let me go check it out real quick. Upcoming launches. Still up on May 6th at 7:34 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time and 10:34 Eastern Daylight Time. That will be the Atlas V Centaur in the N22 configuration. No fairing, 2 SRBs and 2 RL10s on the Centaur stage. It's going to be carrying the CST-100 Starliner by Boeing. One of its crew, in this case, longtime NASA veteran astronaut Sunita Williams, after the ship that was used by the late oceanographer Jacques-Yves Cousteau. So, and like I said, let's hope it meets the medal, because we've already seen what has happened during the last 2 launches. There were some issues with some of the thrusters during OFT2. OFT1 was I don't know how much of an unmitigated failure that one was considered, but they ended up consuming a lot of RCS fuel because it lost track of time and thought it was in a different time in the part of the timeline of the mission than it thought it was, and they managed to get it to stop just in time so they could have enough to bring it home. So at least they could test the landing system. So we will see what happens there, and hopefully. And apparently, it would have been probably caught just as easily by a crew in the vehicle in case there was a problem. And it also bears noting that the way these things launch, normally they launch in what is called a suborbital trajectory, meaning it's not the complete. It doesn't do It isn't fully in orbit at that point in time, not even in elliptical orbit, because what happens is that in case something goes wrong, they can do what is called a free return, meaning they don't have to burn any propellant in order to get themselves back into the Earth's atmosphere. Basically, that's how that's the same kind of flight profile that the space shuttle uses, because that's how they dispose of the external tank. What they do is they don't make it such that it's a full orbital mission at that point in time. Only when they've cleared everything as being working and good to go, then and only then will they actually will they actually turn it into a fully orbital mission by using the various thrusters on the vehicle to start circularizing and raising the orbit to meet the International Space Station, if it's to dock with the ISS, or possibly even, say, for example, a Hubble servicing mission. They'll start raising the orbit, which is much, much, much higher than the ISS. And I think that one's on the order of 400 miles above the surface of the planet. And from what I understand, they may still do something with the Hubble, in spite of the fact that the last mission that went there, which was Atlantis back in, I believe, 2010, they may still do something about that. I don't know. And on top of that, with Starship on the horizon, they may even still be able to bring it down. Hard to know, but again, they have to. Starship has to prove itself, which it has yet to do. Even though they've gotten further and further along with IFT3, they still need to make sure that they can actually go all the way into orbit, maneuver properly, and then actually properly come back into the atmosphere, because there are still some issues that they have to work out with Starship, most notably maneuvering on orbit. So I might actually, since this is pretty much an anything goes kind of stream, I'm gonna probably show some of that footage, as well as the first flight of Vulcan Centaur, which was a complete success. They sent the Peregrine lander to the moon, which was the first ever commercial lunar payload to ever head that way. And the next one, or at least something that resembled launching and landing, there was an Israeli one that went up on one of the Falcon 9 missions, but apparently that one ended up crashing on the moon, unfortunately. And another first that went up there recently was Chandrayaan 2, I think it was. No, maybe it was 3 that actually touched down on the moon successfully. The previous one crashed, but Chandrayaan 2, which is India's attempt of landing a vehicle on the moon, actually succeeded. And ordinarily, I don't cover anything by ISRO, which is the Indian Space Research Organization, which is the analog in India to NASA in the United States, JAXA in Japan, Roscosmos in Russia, and ESA for the whole of Europe. So, anyway, I think what we're gonna do is, I shouldn't have used just chatting. Let's do this. Let's do that instead. For that, I didn't see anything equivalent over on YouTube, so I guess I'm kind of stuck with what YouTube's got. And honestly, YouTube's streaming is a little bit of an interesting animal to deal with. But at least now I've actually got things working the way I'd like it to. Very, very low latency, about as low as stuff going to Twitch. Actually, I'm going to need to crack my window open. It's starting to get a little bit warm in here. It's been raining up here in Sacramento, so that has helped sort of take the edge off the heat that's been coming out here lately. It's starting to really look a little bit like summer now, although the morning temperatures are still a bit on the coolish side. I'll be right back. Stand by. There we go. Got a little bit of, yeah, it's been pretty cool in the morning, but come on. Oh yeah, it's the stuff I'm seeing delayed stuff. I'm looking at the stuff that's on the stream right now before actually getting ready to do something. So I think what I'll do, and depending on whoever comes in here, I may redo some of the let's see here. Not this one. I want to find a, let's see, I think I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use my account as a springboard. There we go. Let us go do this. And of course, the other thing that happened recently, speaking of United Launch Alliance, is Delta IV Heavy's last launch recently happened, which is NROL 70. So we'll go ahead and view that as well. Let's see. And one of the things that they're going to and also one of the things I should probably show as well, and that is the CFT, or crewed flight test. That one is also going to be coming up soon. That's the one that's coming up on Monday. So let me get over there real quick. I also need to get the right video up here. Oh, there we go. Because I also happen to have a, let's load the player. Go ahead and start playing this. What I'm going to go ahead and do is start this playing, and then we're going to go ahead and switch over to the other one. Stand by.
With astronauts Barry Butch Wilmore and Sunita Sunny Williams secure inside Boeing's Starliner spacecraft, teams provide final confirmation of rocket and crew readiness. Then, the RD-180 engine and two solid rocket boosters produced nearly 1.6 million pounds of thrust to lift ULA's Atlas V rocket away from Cape Canaveral Space Launch Complex 41. Shortly after liftoff, the rocket begins a pitchover to attain the proper flight path while minimizing the pressure it experiences during flight. Atlas then reaches Mach 1, the speed of sound. To ensure crew safety and comfort, the vehicle rolls to a heads-up position and uses booster engine throttling to limit vehicle acceleration to 3.5 Gs. With propellant expired, the SRBs burn out, followed by jettison. Atlas V's guidance system then activates to steer towards the precise target in space. First stage flight continues as the crewed rocket crosses the Kármán line, entering space. With the majority of propellant expended as Atlas fights against the force of gravity, the RD-180 engine shuts down and the booster stage separates. The ascent cover is then jettisoned, after protecting critical hardware on top of the spacecraft and providing an aerodynamic shape for ascent through the atmosphere. With the rocket now weighing less than 9% of what it did at liftoff, dual RL-10A engines on ULA's Centaur upper stage ignite. Following engine start, the aeroskirt is jettisoned. The ULA-designed aeroskirt extends the Starliner's surface, enhancing its aerodynamic characteristics and stability, and minimizing the loads of this unique crewed configuration. With the first burn complete, the Centaur engine shut down, entering a suborbital coast phase in preparation for separation. Centaur's trajectory design enhances crew safety by providing a shallow orbit more favorable for an abort if required, and ensures the Centaur will naturally deorbit, impacting the ocean off the southwest coast of Australia. Centaur then releases the CST-100 Starliner spacecraft as Sunny and Butch continue their journey to the International Space Station.
Okay, so basically what happens is that will, like I said, they do a suborbital flight first. So in case something goes wrong and they actually have to come back, everything is ready. All they have to do is make sure they can turn around and face with the heat shield going in the direction of travel. I'm not certain if they use like something similar to what the space shuttle used for the heat shield, or if they use an ablative heat shield, which burns away little bits of it at a time as they descend into the atmosphere, which is how Mercury and Apollo heat shields work. I believe Gemini did the same thing. And basically, they descend through the atmosphere and touch down, and then splash down. Normally, in the case of everything but Starliner actually touches down, with splashdown being an option. Normally, and this will be the first capsule that America has made, which will touch down a crewed vehicle on land. All the others that are being done include Falcon. Not Falcon, but Crew Dragon, as well as Orion. Those actually splash down in the ocean. Starliner will touch down on land, and rather than using rocket propelled, instead of using very quick burn rockets like they do on Soyuz, as well as on the New Shepard vehicle, they actually deploy airbags, which are actually filled with nitrogen, and they touch down that way. That actually absorbs all the shock, reducing the amount of stress on the vehicle and the crew as they get ready to touch down. Soyuz, on the other hand, uses, like I said, a very quick burn rocket to slow it down. And one of the things it also does is that the couch that they're on pivots upward and has shock absorbers on them, so then when they hit the ground, it reduces the amount of stress on there. And it's like, yep, good old Russian engineering. They don't mess. They do sort of mess around, but at the same time they don't. They're doing stuff with brutal simplicity, unfortunately, is what I'd like to call it. So anyway, let's see. I'm seeing what else is coming up next. Let's see. Let's pull back out real quick. Oops. I need to go to the main window on there so I can find the most recent flights. And also, one of the other things that Atlas V recently launched was the first of several Kuiper missions, and Kuiper is the equivalent to OneWeb and Starlink as far as internet access by way of satellite goes. They are low Earth orbiting vehicles, basically making it such that you don't have on the orders of hundreds of thousands of you don't have thousands of milliseconds. You only have like tens of milliseconds worth of latency. And even then, that's going to be, we'll see what happens on that. Let's see, that's not what we're looking for. Let's see, Vulcan Cert 1. I'm still trying to find the entire... There we go. That's what I was looking for. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch it over to the Cert 1 mission, which is the first actual flight of Vulcan Centaur. Future flights of the Boeing CST-100 Starliner will likely take place on Vulcan Centaur, but it's also apparently able to fly aboard Falcon 9, just like one other thing that SpaceX does. They actually have their own cargo craft, Cargo Dragon 2, which is based on Crew Dragon. And this is and because of the loss of Antares due to the fact that the fuselage was made in Ukraine and the engines made in Russia, apparently the factory that made the fuselage in Ukraine was destroyed, and of course the relationship between the United States and Russia got destroyed. Thus, we lose the rocket engines as well. So now the newest version of Antares is now being done between Northrop Grumman and Firefly Aerospace. So yeah, it's not a pretty sight. See, I'm gonna find out where in this thing everything it goes. And what they talk about here is the vehicle is actually made of the vehicle actually this one, just like Vulcan, like the relative that uses the same engine, the BE4. In this case, New Glenn also uses liquid methane, or they call it LNG, or liquefied natural gas. Let's see, we have, I'm going to come up to, I'm just trying to find out where they actually do the, there it is, T-minus 7 minutes. So what we're going to do is, we'll go at, I know what I'll do. Here we go, we're lit up here. We're going to be 40 seconds into there, and which is showing them at the T minus 7 minutes and holding. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to roll that, and we're going to head over here.
Ground van provides support to the rocket. Track mobiles at the rear power the nearly 3 million pound convoy, which also includes an environmental control system, providing air conditioning to the payload and rocket, as well as a backup generator. With the rocket on the pad, the launch team transitions to fuel.
And of course, unfortunately, this caught me so off guard. I couldn't cover this. And this included the Peregrine, the Peregrine Mission 1 payload aboard the vehicle.
Terminal count briefing. If the condition exceeds the launch constraint, anytime after the terminal count status check, the observer shall announce hold on channel 1, identify their station, and briefly state the reason. RLM, verify redline monitor and event table on the correct configuration for terminal count. Verified.
As we approach the terminal count pole, let's check in on today's weather. The Space Launch Delta 45 forecast for this morning's launch is looking good. The probability of violating launch constraints is 15%. Ground winds are 15 to 20 knots out of the north.
Or about 85% go at the time.
The primary concern for launch is the thick cloud layers rule.
And that fire that you're seeing back there, I believe, is methane gas being burned off as since it's a liquefied cryogenic liquid. They actually, it might actually be more hydrogen. No, that one I think. I don't know which one is hydrogen or which one's methane, but basically, with the oxygen, they can just off gas it without too much problem.
29 engineers and managers are polled for system status and readiness to proceed. This is the final status check for all Vulcan vehicle systems, ground systems, spacecraft, and the U.S. Space Force Eastern Range. The vehicle readiness poll includes electrical systems, hydraulics, pneumatics, propulsion systems, flight control, and propellants. Let's listen in as Dylan Rice performs the final polling.
There we go. Here goes the go poll going.
Terminal count, Vulcan systems, propulsion. Go. Hydraulics. Go. Pneumatics.
Go.
LNG. Go. LOT.
Go.
Water.
Go.
Centaur systems, propulsion. Go. Pneumatics. Go. LO2. Go. LH2.
Go.
Has gas. Go. Electrical systems, airborne.
Go.
Ground. Go. Facility. Go. RFFTS. Go. Flight control. Go. GC cubed.
Go.
Operation support. Go. COM. Go. Umbilicals. Go. ECS. Go. Redline monitor. Go. Quality. Go. Op safety manager. Go. ULA safety officer. Go. Vehicle system engineer.
Go.
Anomaly chief. Go. Range coordinator. Clear to proceed. Launch director. You have permission to launch. Proceeding with the
Okay.
ALC. Verify T0 is set for 07-138 Zulu. Verified.
There's the call. All systems are go for Vulcan Centaur on its initial flight.
From T-minus 7 minutes until liftoff, you'll hear Dylan Rice and the team performing the final steps in the countdown procedure.
They're about to release the count shortly. Standing by.
Including verifying fuel tank levels and pressures in the booster and Centaur, and arming the flight termination system. At T-minus 1 minute, the Range Operations Commander confirms the range is in a green condition to launch. At T-minus 25 seconds, you'll hear Go Vulcan, Go Centaur, Go Peregrine. This is the final status check of rocket and payload readiness. At T-minus 7 seconds, Rofi sparklers will ignite, followed a second later by initiation of the launch pad water deluge system. At T-minus 3 seconds, the main engines ignite. Then, after seeing Vulcan's first ever liftoff from Slick 41, you'll begin hearing flight commentator Rob Gannon providing launch vehicle ascent data.
Okay, we're about ready to Have the release of the launch and, release of the countdown timer proceeding at T minus 7 minutes. They always put these holds in there a lot of the times just to make sure everything is working as it should ahead of any kind of launch. And if they find any problems, they can correct them or at least cycle to the next potential launch opportunity.
This is Vulcan Mission Control at T minus 7 minutes and holding. We anticipate releasing the hold in just a few moments.
On my mark, time is T minus 7 minutes. 3, 2, 1, mark.
T minus 7 minutes and counting.
6:55. Ground pyros enabled.
The countdown clock has resumed. We are go for launch at 2:18:38 a.m. Eastern.
And they are also calling other systems getting initialized or powered down. At one point, they will also transfer power from ground-based systems to power systems aboard the spacecraft.
Rocket will head east from Space Launch Complex 41. Here's a look at today's ascent.
Following final confirmation of rocket and payload readiness, 2 GEM 63XL solid rocket boosters and twin BE-4 engines produce more than 1.7 million pounds of thrust to lift ULA's Vulcan rocket away from Cape Canaveral Space Launch Complex 41. Shortly after liftoff, the rocket begins a pitchover to attain the proper flight path while minimizing the dynamic pressure it experiences during flight. Vulcan then reaches Mach 1 at the speed of sound. With the ability to add 2, 4, or 6 solid rocket boosters, or SRBs, Vulcan can be precisely configured to take any mission to space, from low Earth orbit to Pluto and beyond. These boosters augment the rocket's total thrust at liftoff, adding approximately 460,000 pounds of thrust per SRB. With their propellant expired approximately 90 seconds into descent, the SRBs burn out, followed by jettison. Jettison time is variable, occurring between 100 and 150 seconds after liftoff, depending on mission requirements. Vulcan's guidance system then activates to steer towards the precise target in space. First stage flight continues as the rocket crosses the Kármán line, entering space. With the majority of propellant expended as Vulcan fights against the force of gravity, the BE-4 engines shut down, and the booster stage separates. With the rocket now weighing less than 10% of what it did at liftoff, dual RL-10C engines on ULA's Centaur upper stage ignite. Spacecraft are encapsulated inside a 5.4-meter diameter payload fairing, which provides a protective environment during ascent. Following Centaur engine ignition, the payload fairing is jettisoned. With the first burn complete, the Centaur engine shuts down for a coast phase. Centaur flies a short, medium, or long coast, which is determined by launch day. Further into flight, Centaur ignites for a second burn, powering the vehicle into a translunar injection orbit. Following the second main engine cutoff, ULA Centaur places Astrobotic's Peregrine lunar lander into a highly elliptical orbit, more than 220,000 miles above Earth, where it will intercept the Moon. Following delivery of the Peregrine spacecraft, Centaur comes alive for a third and final burn to reach a heliocentric orbit around the Sun. Centaur completes the CERT-1 mission by carrying Celestis' Memorial spaceflight payload into deep space. Known as the Enterprise flight, this mission includes 234 flight capsules containing cremated remains, DNA samples, and messages of greetings from clients worldwide on an endless journey in interplanetary space beyond the Earth-Moon system to orbit the Sun forever.
That's an interesting way of doing that. One of them is probably burning methane that's coming off the Vulcan stage, and the other is burning off Centaur hydrogen gas that's coming off Centaur. Because when they do all the tanking operations, that stuff will it will evaporate and boil and evaporate, and they keep continuously cycling new fuel and oxidizer in as the supplies deplete. They're now setting up the flight termination system, which will destroy the vehicle in case of an anomaly. And this particular looks like this particular launch tower is set up for crewed flight, which will happen next week with the launch of Atlas Centaur carrying CST-100 Starliner Calypso with her crew of 2 to the International Space Station to do a test flight CFT-1, or I think it's just CFT. Coming up on T-minus 2 minutes and counting, Mark. Now it's on internal power.
Vehicle, payload, ground systems, and eastern range are go for launch. For those of you just joining, I'm Amanda Sterling, and I'm your host for today's live coverage of the inaugural.
And this is not live, just so you know. We are doing a playback of the Vulcan Centaur maiden flight.
a.m. Eastern Time.
T-minus 90 seconds, and apparently the FTS was originally powered up. Now it's fully armed and ready to go. And normally they would do that as they're getting ready to do tanking operations with a crewed vehicle. And at the T-minus 1 minute mark, they're going to do one final check of the range status. T-minus 25 is final vehicle and payload check. T-minus 1 minute and counting. The range is good to go. We are cleared to launch based solely on the range. T-minus 25 seconds is the final vehicle and payload status call. 45 seconds. Sounds like they're at full pressure. They're getting ready to pressurize. They've stopped replenishing the fuel and oxidizer on both stages. T-minus 30 seconds.
Start box, go.
T-minus 25 seconds.
Status check. Go Vulcan. Go Centaur. Go Paris.
The vehicle and payload are go for launch. T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. BE4 ignition. Booster ignition and liftoff of Vulcan Centaur carrying the Peregrine Mission 1 vehicle to the moon, and as well as the inaugural mission of Vulcan Centaur, and the vehicle has cleared the tower. Pitching down range to place it above water in the abort scenario. SRBs are apparently burning nominally and will burn out right around a minute and a half into flight, and shortly thereafter will be jettisoned.
We've got pitching out programs coming into normal rates for that event.
They're also carefully throttling the rates to coming up on Mach 1 soon. After that, we'll be entering the area of maximum aerodynamic pressure, or max Q. Looks like we're
60 seconds into the flight, everything looking good. 2 good engines, 2 good SRBs.
They're coming up on the Mach 1 or the speed of sound.
And we did our first throttle point on the BE4s, everything looking good. And passed through Mach 1, we are now super.
They're calling Mach 1, and the next event will be maximum aerodynamic pressure, or max Q.
Everything looking good. We're rolling off on the SRBs.
We're coming up on the burnout of SRBs.
On jettison.
SRBs are burning out. I don't know if they're going to do an immediate or a delayed SRB jettison.
Jet BE4s continue to operate nominally.
That blue flame means it's burning liquid hydrogen.
EU activity on the booster mains.
We have jettison of both SRBs, Northrop Grumman GEM 63XLs.
Good. BE4s continue to operate normally.
This burn is going to last approximately 4 minutes or so.
We are now 17 miles in altitude.
We just heard confirmation of solid rocket booster jettison. We have about 3 minutes until we reach our next mission event, booster engine cutoff.
Drifting towards a nominal MR, everything looking good.
And the main difference between Vulcan and Atlas is that Atlas is actually one engine, despite having two nozzles. The Vulcan booster has two nozzles, and it is actually two engines. And this is also that engine is also used on Blue Origin's New Glenn.
Reaction control system.
They're getting ready to do the reaction control systems. And one of the first things that they should be doing, they should be chilling the the RL10s on the second stage ahead of staging, and which point they will ignite the RL10. They'll do pre-ignition of RL10s because they use.
Slide down the center of the range track, everything looking good.
Sounds like everything is going right down the middle.
Miles in altitude, 52 miles downrange, traveling at 4,000 miles per hour.
They have to do pre-start because it uses the so-called expander cycle, meaning that the fuel is actually used to cool the engine nozzle, and as it's doing that, it's turning from a liquid into a gas, which then drives the turbo pump, moving propellant into the combustion chamber. Meaning it does not use any kind of does not use a gas generator or a pre-burner.
Nice and smooth operation of the booster. 47 miles in altitude, 95 miles downrange at 5,500 miles per hour.
So I've got almost about a minute or so left in the burn. And I believe the New Glenn will have 7 of these engines on its first stage, and it will more than likely also be reusable. And one of the things they're going to be doing with this one is taking the engines off and jettisoning the fuselage. And they're past the Kármán line, and it's the officially now they're calling chill down of the two Centaur the two RL10s on the Centaur stage, preparing them to go down to operational temperatures, at which point they should start they should be ready to ignition, and Bico's coming up in just a little more than 10 seconds.
And we've begun boost phase chill. Housing temps are dropping as expected.
Coming up on booster engine cutoff for Bico. They're throttling down. 10 seconds from now, pardon me.
Phase. Approximately 10 seconds to Bico. Throttle
5, 4,
Bico.
3, 2, 1.
And we have cutoff.
They're calling Bico.
On Vulcan Centaur separation.
There are the two RL10s. There goes Vulcan separating away. Should be getting pre-start on the RL10s. And we have ignition of the RL10s.
Experiencing a bit of data loss here. We've recovered the data. Centaur engines are up and running normally, good steady state pressure, and we've just jettisoned the payload fairing. Two good break.
They just took the fairing off, which was protecting the payload as it was ascending through the atmosphere. Now that we're above the Kármán line, they don't need it anymore because it's serving little more as excess weight.
Operating levels on the Centaur mains. Two good engines. Gone to open loop control on Centaur PU.
This is Vulcan Mission Control at T plus 5 minutes 57 seconds. We just heard flight commentator Rob Gannon confirm the successful completion of the early phase of today's flight, and all systems continue to operate nominally. Our next event, main engine cutoff, will occur in about 10 minutes. While we wait, I'm joined by Amanda Piketty, ULA Director of Vehicle Upgrades. Amanda, thank you so much for joining us, and I know it's still early, but congratulations.
Thank you. You as well. This is amazing.
How did it feel to watch the Vulcan rocket lift off for the first time?
Oh, just absolutely amazing. I didn't expect it to be the way it was. My heart is still pounding. It was excellent, and I'm so proud of all the work that the team did to get where we are today.
Absolutely, and developing a new rocket is an enormous endeavor of which you were a huge part. Again, we're still early, but how do you imagine the whole Vulcan team is feeling right now?
I feel like they have to be the same way, smile ear to ear. I know the team is at all our sites, friends and family. They've been supporting us for many years to get to where we are, so I'm sure they are jumping up and down just like me. It's been amazing.
How is the Vulcan rocket going to change the industry?
Yeah, that's a great question. So Vulcan is very much based on our heritage rockets, the Delta IV and Atlas V vehicles. But we've brought in a lot of new innovation and capabilities that are going to allow us to even better support our warfighters, exploration, as well as connecting the world. And the great thing about Vulcan is it's highly versatile, meaning we can use that vehicle to do anything.
Thank you, Cabbage Bun. Thank you for the kind words.
For anybody who needs access.
What we're watching right now is the inaugural launch of Vulcan. This happened about a month or two ago. This actually happened 3 months ago, excuse me. So I wanted to show that, and I've been wanting to show this for a long time, and now at least I can actually do this. And earlier I showed a video of the flight profile of the coming CFT mission, crewed flight test of the Boeing CST-100 Starliner. In this case, this vehicle is named Calypso after Jacques-Yves Cousteau's vehicle that he had during the course of his lifetime as an oceanographer. It was named by one of the crew, Sunita Williams. Yes, thank you so much. I want to say thank you so much to Solaris for the happy birthday wishes. So I hope you're doing well too. And I saw your wish over on Discord.
5 miles in altitude, 836 miles downrange, traveling at 11,150 miles per hour.
They're coming up on orbital velocity.
Continue to see nominal performance from Centaur.
And because the Centaur uses an expander cycle, the thrust may not be nearly as much as, say, something like the J2s, which were used on like the second stage of Saturn V, which I believe uses a standard gas generator cycle. Basically the fuel goes through the coolant lines on the engine nozzle.
Traveling at 11,500 miles per hour.
It goes through the coolant loops on the engine nozzle, and then once it becomes a gas, it goes into the pumps, spinning the turbo pump and pumping even more propellant in there. But unfortunately, there comes a point where it starts getting diminishing returns, because the faster you cool down the bell, the worse it performs, because you have to put heat into the system and then take it out again in order to make the pump work.
This is Vulcan Mission Control at T plus 10 minutes 7 seconds. Our next event, main engine cutoff, will occur in about 5 minutes. While we wait, I'm joined by Eric Monda, part of ULA's mission design team. Eric, thanks for joining us.
Hi, Amanda. Thank you for having me.
Of course. So we're still pretty early in this flight today, but can you tell us how the data's looking so far?
Yeah, absolutely. So I just want to say that it was so exciting. I ran outside so I could watch this thing lift off, and that was so cool after so many years of development to watch this thing fly. That was fantastic.
Absolutely, I bet.
Yeah.
So what is the data showing us so far?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've had a very quick look. Obviously, we're very early in the flight still. But I've taken a look at the SRB performance as well as the booster performance so far, and everything looks just spot on, just perfect. Fortunately, we've had a lot of these systems on Atlas and Delta for a long time, and so we've had a lot of flight data to anchor our models, and everything is lining up just like we would expect.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So a lot of the audience has seen us switch from this live view of the launch from our rocket cam to this animated representation of the vehicle in space. Can you talk a little bit about why we make that switch and how this visual is populated?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we first lift off, we have a feed directly from the cameras that are on the rocket back to the launch site here. And so with that, we can get the video feed that we need in order to provide those images. As we get further downrange and we go over the horizon, we no longer have that direct link. And so we rely on NASA's TDRS system to send telemetry from the vehicle back.
TDRS being TDRS or telemetry data and tracking data relay satellites. Pardon me.
Okay, so we're looking at real data, what's happening. It's just a graphic of it instead of the real thing.
That's exactly right, yes.
Awesome, that's really cool. So, today right now we're in the first of 3 Centaur burns. Can you talk a little bit about why we need 3 burns and how we use those 3 burns to complete our mission today?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first burn performs our injection into low Earth orbit. Unfortunately, if we just continue that burn from that point in time, we wouldn't necessarily be aligned with where we need to be in So what we do after we get to low Earth orbit is we shut those engines down, we coast around until we get to the right spot to do that, and then we light those engines up again. When we do that and complete that burn, that will allow us to send the astrobotic Peregrine lander onto the moon. So we shut those engines down again. We are ready to do that, and then start them up one more time in order to do the third burn. And that's what's going to take Celestis' Enterprise mission out to deep space. So let's talk a little bit about where these things happen. We're going to go ahead and shut down the main engines on the Centaur.
Should be going in about 3 minutes.
And then we're going to coast the rest of the way across the Atlantic Ocean, across Africa, and go ahead and start the engines up again to Madagascar. And that's where we'll do the second burn. And then we coast again until we get about to Papua New Guinea. And when we get over Papua New Guinea, that's where we'll go ahead and do that third and final burn.
Okay, so you mentioned a couple of these key milestones that are ahead of us. What can everyone expect to see as far as the timeline of these mission events as they continue watching today?
Yeah, absolutely. So looking at the clock right now, looks like we've got about 2 minutes, a little over 2 minutes left here in the first burn of the upper stage. We're going to coast for about 30 minutes after that as we do that coast across the Atlantic Ocean and across Africa. The second burn will be about 4 minutes long, and then we'll have another coast for 30 minutes before we have a pretty short, like 20-second burn for the final burn. Once we've done that, then we've got some engineering demos we're going to do before we finally safe the stage and shut everything off. And then about 4 days later is when the Centaur will leave the Earth-Moon system and be off on its way to deep space.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing that with us, and thanks for joining us today. And we'll let you get back to watching those next events.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Amanda.
Thanks.
So we're coming up on the we're coming up on MECO 1, or first main engine cutoff.
Steadily making the correction down to a nominal MR.
Finishing up my lunch I'd gotten earlier.
Or 1 minute to MECO. Both engines firing normally.
Coming up on MECO very shortly. About 30 seconds left in the burn.
This is Vulcan Mission Control at T plus 15 minutes 30 seconds. We are approaching the first main engine cutoff. Let's listen in.
Coming up on MECO 1.
Here we go.
Gone to open loop control on MECO, and we have cutoff. Both engines for normal shutdown signatures. We have settling established, 85% duty cycle. We are now in a 27-minute, 51-second coast duration to second burn of Centaur.
This is Vulcan Mission Control at T plus 16 minutes 20 seconds. We just heard flight commentator Rob Gannon confirm successful cutoff of the first main engine, and all systems continue to operate nominally. Our next event, Main Engine Start 2, will occur in about 27 minutes. At this time, we'll pass the broadcast back to the NASA team to continue with mission coverage through the coast phase. We'll join you back in as we approach the separation of the Peregrine spacecraft. Over to you, Megan.
Thank you, Amanda. Congratulations to you and the ULA team so far. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Space Coast of Florida, where we just witnessed the first launch of NASA's CLIPS initiative. It was a magnificent sight, leaving me speechless apparently. Just really lighting up the night sky and loud enough to set off a couple of car alarms nearby. CLIPS is short for Commercial Lunar Payload Services. It's a new model in which NASA contracts space on commercial missions to send science experiments to the moon ahead of us landing astronauts there. For today's launch, NASA selected Astrobotic to deliver its 5 lunar instruments. This is the first mission for its Peregrine spacecraft. Today was also the first launch of ULA's new Vulcan rocket. Again, congrats. It lifted off from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station's Launch Pad 41. Our broadcast here on NASA TV will continue through Peregrine acquisition of signal, which is expected to happen at the earliest around 3:17 a.m. Eastern Time. With me now is Sandra Connolly. She's the Deputy Associate Administrator of NASA's Science Mission Directorate. Good morning and thanks for being here, Sandra.
Good morning. It's a throw to be here.
Yeah, what did you think of the launch?
It was amazing. Yet another beautiful ULA launch. Totally spectacular and super exciting.
It's running a bit late, but at least it's up there now. At least it actually managed to fly.
To the moon, and in about 2.5 weeks, it's going to go into orbit. And a few weeks later from that, in mid to late February, we're going to actually see it land. And that will be the first, well, actually, it'll be one of the early landings on the moon since Apollo in 50 years, which is pretty amazing when you think about it. U.S.
Yeah, it is. And CLIPS is new as well. So talk to us a little bit about this program. We're using commercial companies to send science instruments to the moon for us. Why is that?
Yeah, I'm really excited about this program. It is a game-changing program for us. It really is leveraging industry in new ways. As you've probably seen, I mean, the whole aerospace industry has evolved over this last decade in amazing ways, and I think this is just yet one more step in doing so. So our commercial partners are actually delivering a service. They're delivering our payloads and other organizational payloads, whether it's other companies, whether it's international partners. Basically, anybody who wants to procure this service can deliver a payload to the moon using the CLIPS program.
And so there are 20 payloads flying on the Peregrine spacecraft right now. 5 of those are NASA's. Can you tell me a little bit about what they'll be studying once they get to the moon?
Yeah, so again, amazing service. So our payloads are going to be studying things, including understanding, studying water, studying the volatiles or the resources on the moon, studying the atmosphere, and also the radiation environment to help inform us for the future when we have humans back on the moon.
Sandra, thank you so much. I'm excited to see what we do with this initiative and this launch here today.
Thank you so much, and let me just say, go Vulcan and go Peregrine 1.
Yes, you can totally say that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so when Peregrine lands on the near side of the moon on February 23rd, it will be one of the first lunar landings for the U.S. since the final Apollo mission over 50 years ago. Let's head back over to Astrobotics, Olivia Chapla.
Thanks, Megan, and what a great day so far. So for those of you just tuning in, I wanted to reintroduce myself. I'm Olivia Chapla, Director of Marketing and Communications for Astrobotic. Astrobotic is a space company with our primary headquarters in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and we've just watched our Peregrine lunar lander rocket into space aboard a United Launch Alliance Vulcan rocket. This Peregrine spacecraft's mission is to carry 20 payloads or cargo to the lunar surface from 7 different countries. 6 of those nations have never reached the moon before. Our aim is to autonomously land on the lunar surface a few weeks from now. We're taking the long way around, and we expect Peregrine to land on February 23rd, 2024. We've got all eyes on the Peregrine lander as it waits to separate from the Vulcan rocket in about 30 minutes. At that point, we will seek to establish communications with the lander. And now we'll take a more in-depth look at Peregrine's full journey to the moon with an animation. Once ULA's Vulcan rocket launches, we will then know the exact day the Peregrine spacecraft will attempt a soft landing on the moon. The first landing attempt could be anywhere from 10 to 60 days from launch.
Looks like they do I don't know if they do a TLI.
Peregrine will first complete one Earth orbit so the team can get critical data on the spacecraft and test maneuvers before executing a very critical milestone, entering lunar orbit. Peregrine will orbit the moon at 3 altitudes. The first orbit will last about 33 hours. Peregrine's second orbit can be up to 35 days. The spacecraft's third and final orbit around the moon will last 48 hours. Next up, Peregrine will attempt a soft landing on the lunar surface autonomously. The team will issue a landing sequence that will command the spacecraft to enter a descent orbit. About 15 kilometers from the lunar surface, an exciting powered descent begins. While we wait for the Peregrine spacecraft to separate from the Vulcan rocket and begin that exciting journey to the moon, I have Astrobotics founder and Chief Executive Officer, John Thornton. Hi there, John. I understand you are currently at ULA, just a stone's throw from where I am now, and we both just saw ULA's Vulcan rocket achieve liftoff with our very own Peregrine aboard. Tell me, after waiting for this moment for years, how are you feeling?
It's a dream. This is the moment we've been waiting for 16 years, and I'm standing in mission control, and we just had a beautiful launch. Thank you, ULA. So excited. We are on our way to the moon.
I can tell you and everyone else are in a really, really excited buzz today for sure. So tell me, what else do you think is the most important thing about our Peregrine mission today?
So this is the beginning of the dawn of a new era for the surface of the moon and how we think about space. This is an opportunity for commercial payloads to fly to the surface of the moon on a regular, routine basis. That means our nation's scientists, our world scientists, can access the moon in ways never before possible. And we are seeing the beginnings of that right now as we speak on our journey to the surface of the moon. Our first mission carries 20 payloads from all over the world. 6 nations on board the mission will touch the surface of the moon for the very first time. It's a phenomenal, exciting mission to be a part of, and it's a real honor to be here today, and I could not imagine a better start to the mission.
That's true. And what do you have to say to the Astrobotic team and to all of the payload customers who made today's mission possible?
For 16 years, we've been pushing for this moment today. And along the way, we had a lot of hard challenges that we had to overcome, and a lot of people doubted us along the way. But our team and the people that supported us believed in the mission, and they created this beautiful moment that we're seeing today, working incredibly hard to make this possible. I can't thank the thousands of people between our team, our suppliers, our partners that have made this moment possible today. It's an unbelievable feat, and it is the culmination of all of everyone's effort coming together for this moment, believing in this possibility that a small company in Pittsburgh, of all places in this country, can lead America back to the surface of the moon.
Thank you, John. Well, I'll let you get back to the team that are in Florida with us as we wait for the Peregrine spacecraft to separate from Vulcan's rocket in about 30 to 40 minutes. For now, back to Meg.
Thanks, Olivia.
Oh, thank you.
Now, CLIPS missions are an important step in returning to and staying on the moon. But these lunar landings that will help shape our future there are not without risk.
Landing on the moon is hard. We're going back. Under this Artemis program, we're going to be sending humans to the moon for the first time since Apollo. So ahead of humans, we want to get up as much science exploration and technology experiments as possible.
So CLIPS starts facilitating a lot of the early science, the things we want to learn before we even send humans. CLIPS stands for Commercial Lunar Payload Services, CLPS.
The services part is the key element. Ordinarily, when NASA delivers a payload to the surface of the moon, they do it with a commercial partner, but NASA controls the building of the vehicle. Now, we're buying the service of delivery of our lunar payloads to the surface of the moon.
It is a delivery service, akin to a delivery service that you'd have here on Earth.
NASA will provide payloads to a commercial company. They decide how to get it to the moon. They have to develop their own lander, but they also have to manage the entire end-to-end mission.
It's meant to provide affordable, rapid, frequent access to the lunar surface through American companies.
We're funding different companies.
We have commercial companies that are competing to win task orders to deliver our payloads to the surface of the moon.
One of the goals when we started CLIPS was to help establish a lunar economy.
Somebody has to do it first, and then it becomes commercially available. Then they're able to crank them up. Then they're able to make it more affordable. And so the lunar surface is just the next frontier for a commercial environment.
But we had to acknowledge up front, all the way through the highest levels of the agency leadership, that some of them will fail. These missions may not be as successful as a traditional NASA mission.
We have accepted the risk that going through this innovative approach with these commercial companies, that there could be some failures. Some of them are new companies. None of them have ever successfully landed on the surface of the moon. So they're going to learn lessons.
We need to give our vendors the opportunity to learn.
And so that'll help ultimately buy down our risk as these companies learn, okay, what does it take to actually build up the lunar lander, integrate payloads, get to the lunar surface and land safely?
They've been able to demonstrate that they have very, very good technical depth and the ability ability to design and execute missions. We're willing to take more shots on goal. We aren't risking human lives. And in the big picture, if we're flying missions at 1/10 of the cost of a NASA mission, and we fail 2 of them, we still get 8 missions for that same price.
Even with 1 or 2 or 3 failures, this is still a very economical proposition. It's a risk posture which is more risk tolerant than NASA is accustomed to. There's not a single one of these companies that's willing to bet their mission on a coin toss. Every one of them is doing what they can in order to have the most successful mission possible. But the important thing to realize is that risk tolerant does not mean risky. And the rewards are a long-term ability to get payloads to the moon inexpensively, frequently, and rapidly.
We want science, so we can then put more of our resources on even more science, exploration, and technology payloads, and get more of a return on investment when we get to the moon.
CLIPS provides tremendous benefit across the scientific and economic communities.
So there's a lot we'd like to learn about the moon to help human habitation and prepare us for missions to Mars and beyond.
So the moon is the first step.
And a lot has to happen before Peregrine lands safely on the moon. Astrobotics' Olivia Ch shows how they tested the spacecraft here on Earth and what the team will do during its journey in space.
Peregrine has gone through quite a journey already and still has a long list of objectives to complete on its way to the moon. We've categorized these objectives.
That's pretty small when you get right down to it. When you look at it, when you look at it in compared to Centaur.
Bolt engineering model of Peregrine. Based on our findings, we constructed the final spacecraft to send to the moon. Each iteration of Peregrine went through rigorous testing to ensure it will survive the harsh conditions of launch in space environments. Phase 2 objectives will begin when the spacecraft separates from the rocket. Once separated, Peregrine will power on and establish communications with Earth. At this stage, we'll receive telemetry informing us of the spacecraft's position, orientation, and general operational health. One of the first commands we send to the spacecraft will initiate thrusters to point Peregrine's solar panels at the sun to charge its battery. We are planning for all of these objectives to be completed today. Next, and off-camera, our Phase 3 objectives begin. These objectives include trajectory adjustment maneuvers in space before lunar orbit insertion. After lunar insertion, Peregrine will complete 3 orbits around the moon. Then, the last phase of the mission begins, lunar landing and operations.
And for a closer look at landing, I'm joined now by Mike Hennessy, Educational Director of the Moonshot Museum in Pittsburgh. Good morning to you.
Good morning. It's spectacular to be here today.
Absolutely. We saw a launch, right?
Yeah, and it was awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. So talk to me about Peregrine and the spacecraft we have you on.
And remember, there is no atmosphere on the moon, so they actually have to power themselves down. But thankfully, they only have the 1/6 of the gravity that they do here on Earth. So they shouldn't need nearly as much of the way of power.
Better yet, I've seen kids with their faces pressed against the glass, knowing they're going to grow up to become that next generation of makers that take us to the moon.
That's fantastic. And you also brought us some props here. So these are different parts, different materials that make up the multi-layer insulation. That's what goes around the spacecraft, right?
Right. That's the thermal protective space blanket for the craft. And we have
That's another thing that advances as a result of all this, and that's material sciences. A lot of that stuff comes to Earth and benefits us.
Aluminum, which is great for reflecting solar heat. And this is also aluminum. Glitters a little more like gold, but it's just aluminum that's been covered with a polymer called Kapton. And you can see it actually on our model here. We have the Peregrine lander.
You'll sometimes see this stuff as this golden-like tape on there.
Multi-layer insulation, and that's wrapping these fuel tanks, kind of like cosmic baked potatoes.
And why do we need all these different materials?
Well, the moon is a harsh environment. It takes a lot of technical know-how to land there. There's no atmospheric blanket like we have on Earth. So we need a thermal space.
And of course, another thing they have to worry about is the regolith on the moon is extremely jagged, and that's one of the things they were concerned about when it came to the spacesuits, because those things can possibly cut through the layers like a hot knife through butter because they're so jagged.
Are we using to make sure that it lands safely when you say that the moon isn't the easiest place to land on?
Right, and that's my favorite part of the story because this robot is going to land itself. Because we have about a 2.5-second signal delay from the Earth to the moon and back. It's like having a self-driving car going to another world. We have a full suite of sensors, gyroscopes, Doppler, LiDAR, star trackers, and a really cool technology called Terrain Relative Navigation, or TRN. About 9 miles out, Peregrine will activate its camera, And as it's descending,
Okay.
and the camera's taking pictures, the computer will be playing kind of a high-speed game of flashcards.
Okay.
Comparing those pictures to 3D maps, and then Peregrine will have to make decisions in order to come to a landing. We're going to test drive this technology on Peregrine, and then on Astrobotic's next lunar lander, Griffin, TRN will be in the driver's seat when we head to the moon's south pole.
Oh, that's fantastic, and I know Griffin is...
And of course, Lunar's South Pole is where we're ultimately planning to put the next crewed mission to the moon to land.
Entrepreneurship and accelerating the pace of science, and
That's what a lot of these lunar missions are going to be going down there, if for no other reason because this is going to be ahead of what's happening.
On February 23rd in a place called the Bay of Stickiness, a lunar feature formed by ancient hardened lava flow. It's located outside of the Gruithuisen domes, which is the largest dark spot on the moon. Why does NASA want to conduct science here? Well, on Earth, formations like these domes need significant water and also plate tectonics to form. But without these key elements on the moon, lunar scientists have been left to wonder how the domes formed and evolved over time. We'll, of course, have coverage of the landing on our NASA Plus app or whichever social platform you watch us on. Now, earlier in the show, we told you about the NERVIS payload from NASA's Ames Research Center. The other payload from Ames is the Neutron Spectrometer System, or NFS.
I'm Rick Elton. I'm the principal investigator of the Neutron Spectrometer System aboard the Peregrine 1 lander. NSS measures neutrons coming out of the lunar soil. Neutrons tell you a lot about the makeup of the lunar soil. The neutrons that we measure with the neutron spectrometer are specifically related to the presence of hydrogen, the H in H2O, or water. And that's its real purpose, is to locate water, to actually act as a divining rod. Peregrine will be landing in a location where we really don't expect very much water in it at all. But it's an interesting experiment. The exhaust system of its descent engines will actually spray paint the surface with its exhaust. And part of that exhaust is water, and some of that water is actually going to stick onto the surface of the moon. Then after we land, NSS can monitor how that water goes away. The sun rises at the landing site, and the day gets warmer and warmer. Water is really important as a resource for exploration. Astronauts need it for drinking water, but you can also use it by splitting it up into hydrogen and oxygen as rocket fuel. So if you can find water in place where you're going to, that means you can use it there and not have to bring it up from Earth.
Now, NASA has 2 more payloads flying to the moon today. We're going to tell you about both of them in just a few minutes. But first, let's introduce you all to Chris Culbert, Program Manager for CLIPS out of NASA's Johnson Space Center. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Megan. Thank you. It's a wonderful day.
It is. We just watched the launch. What did you think?
It was amazing. Oh, my God. What a wonderful feeling. That rocket was gorgeous.
Yeah, and so NASA has 5 payloads hitching a ride. Tell me about the different things that they'll be studying and why they're studying those things.
So, this early mission for CLIPS, this is our first mission. So our first 2 early missions are mostly carrying small instruments that help us learn more about the environment at the moon. As we get further into CLIPS in future missions, we'll raise the complexity and start studying more complex, more difficult questions. But at the
I think what I'm going to do is after the second burn, I'm going to go ahead and end this particular segment, and we'll go into the next one, which is the final launch of Delta IV Heavy.
So that we can help guide future human missions more effectively.
And how soon could we see data from some of those instruments so that we can start creating that fuller picture?
We'll start getting data back within hours of landing on the moon.
Wow.
Now, the scientists will need some time to analyze that information and turn it into the kind of information that helps guide future missions. But we should be getting data back from them within a few hours of landing, and we'll alternate for as long as 14 days on the moon. We'll be gathering that data. But the scientists will then take that information offline and analyze it for a while.
So basically, these missions, these instruments that we're sending, they're scouting the moon for us.
Yes. Yeah, they're telling us what the moon is like, helping us understand what we need to know so that we can take humans there safely. It also allows us to better design future instruments and other experiments that will pinpoint the kinds of things we need to know about the moon to be able to work and live there.
Chris, thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we're now less than a few minutes away until the Peregrine spacecraft separates from Vulcan's Centaur upper stage. We're going to go back to ULA for that milestone, but before that, another quick status update on Peregrine from Olivia.
Thanks, Thanks, Megan. And now I'm checking in on Astrobotic's mission control team. In about 20 to 30 minutes, they're expecting Peregrine to power on, and then try to communicate with them on the ground. Peregrine will establish ground communications with NASA's Deep Space Network, and then we will begin receiving telemetry. As we wait for those milestones, here's an in-depth look at the inner workings of the Peregrine lunar lander.
And now we'll take a look at the Peregrine spacecraft. You'll notice that we've removed the MLI or multi-layer insulation so we can better see the inside of the spacecraft. Throughout Peregrine's journey, they'll keep an eye on the spacecraft's temperatures, pressures, power levels, and communications system. Solar panels at the top of Peregrine charge its batteries to power the spacecraft. Moving down towards the center of the spacecraft are the payload decks. You'll notice the decks have a unique isogrid pattern that we've used as an inspiration for a lot of our graphic design for the mission. This structure pattern optimizes the sturdiness of the payload decks while also minimizing its weight. Affixed to these decks are all 20 payloads. 20 individual pieces of cargo from 7 different countries are aboard these 2 main decks. Peregrine has 12 attitude control system engines called thrusters that are used to orient the spacecraft. You can see 4 large propellant tanks filled with monomethylhydrazine and multiple mixtures of oxygen-nitrogen, or MON, as oxidizer. Mounted to the bottom of the spacecraft are 5 main engines that will slow the craft down as it approaches the lunar surface. These engines
That's probably analogous to the ohms thrusters on the space shuttle, and of course the little attitude thrusters are all the RCS thrusters.
To soft landing on the lunar surface. Peregrine has 4 landing legs attached to its base. These legs have a honeycomb structure on the inside that will crush to absorb the impact of Peregrine landing on the lunar surface. Peregrine is designed for an autonomous landing. That means it will use complex computing and a suite of sensors instead of human pilots. There are 2 antenna relays and a high-power transponder to relay communications between the spacecraft and the astrobotic team. The relay will connect Peregrine with NASA's Deep Space Network, or DSN, utilizing the same dishes that communicate with the James Webb Space Telescope as well as other historic missions.
And the last major feature of Peregrine is something you can't see. It's the hundreds of people who have worked on, tested, and gotten the spacecraft to the launch pad today. A shout out to the team we like calling the Astrobots, and a shout out to our payload customers who are sending their items to the moon with us. Your continued commitment to science and lunar exploration is important for humanity. The Peregrine lunar lander has 20 pieces of cargo called payloads aboard. You can find the full manifest on the Astrobotics website, but here is a look at a few of the payloads.
Looks like a tiny lander.
This is a student-built rover with a mission to take photos and send them back to Earth as it drives across the
Those look like
lander.
bottle caps.
Once Peregrine lands on the moon, Iris will deploy to the surface to begin its mission. And
Yeah, those things are probably great because they can. They're kind of like paddles and as well as bumps that they can use to dig into the surface.
10 ounces. It contained hundreds of images, poems, music, nano-objects, and earthly samples. Next, we have Colmena, a fleet of micro-rovers and the first Latin American scientific instrument ever sent to the moon. Consisting of 5 small rovers, it will demonstrate a coordinated moon exploration. Lastly, we have the DHL Moonbox. Former astronaut Richard Garriott and thousands of others from around the world have sent small mementos to link life's meaningful
Richard Garriott, I believe, is the father of Owen Garriott, the founder of, better known as Lord British, the creator of the Ultima series. Owen Garriott flew aboard a, I don't remember who's who, but one of them.
10 minutes away from Peregrine separation, so let's get back over to the ULA team and Amanda Sterling to take us through that.
Thanks, Megan, and thanks to those of you who are still following mission progress of ULA's Vulcan Cert-1 flight. For those who are just tuning in, I'm Amanda Sterling, and I'm here at ULA's Advanced Spaceflight Operations Center at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. ULA's inaugural Vulcan rocket lifted off on its first flight test at 2:18:38 a.m. Eastern, and all systems continue to operate nominally.
And the looks like they're getting ready to relight the RL-10s. Those engines that you see burning, I believe, are RCS thrusters. And what they were talking about earlier.
Pressurizing propellant tanks in preparation for second burn.
Standing by for reignition of the relight of the RL10s on the Centaur stage. Or a MES 2, or a main engine start 2.
Bring up on LH2 pre-start.
And of course, the LH2 is what's used as a coolant on the engine nozzles. Expansion of which into a gas is what drives the pumps to move even more propellant into the system.
Pre-start.
It just called pre-start on the RL10s, coming up on main engine start 1, 2.
T plus 43 minutes, 8 seconds. Coming up next is the second main engine start of ULA's Centaur upper stage. Let's listen in.
Change to the start position, everything looking good. About 15 seconds to mess. We have ignition, full thrust.
They've just called start of the 2 RL10s. Your relatively short burn.
Control at T plus 43 minutes, 57 seconds. As we approach Peregrine separation, let's learn more about the first spacecraft to launch in NASA's new CLIPS initiative to have American companies send its science experiments to the moon.
Astrobotic is a full-service lunar company. It starts with our terrestrial testing and development services that can build propulsion systems and test propulsion systems on Earth, to the sensors that make precision landing possible, to our rovers that will deploy down on the surface of the moon, to one day our power systems that will deploy on the moon and provide sustaining power for infrastructure on the surface. Astrobotic is in all of those businesses, and we are in the business of making space accessible to the world, and the moon is just the beginning. The big thing that we're known for is our 2 lunar missions to go to the surface of the moon. Our first one is about to launch, and our second one flies in 2024. The Peregrine mission is important because it's among the first commercial missions to return to the surface of the moon. This is the first time as a nation going back since Apollo. It's the first time there's 6 nations that could land on the surface of the moon with our mission. This is the dawn of a new era of affordable, routine, regular access to the surface. What that means is our nations and world scientists can access the moon on a routine, regular basis. They don't have to wait for the culmination of their career for one single super mission. They can go back again and again and again. It's the beginnings of learning about the resources on the surface of the moon, and potentially one day turning those resources into something that we can use in space, and maybe one day return back here to Earth.
Peregrine's development was a years-long process that included many people, like engineers, welders, and technicians, designed and built the spacecraft. Landing a spacecraft on the moon is very complex. The team worked long hours to get Peregrine to the launch pad.
To be on the pad today with our spacecraft strapped to a giant 200-foot tall launch vehicle ready to blast into the heavens it's a little surreal. It's a moment I've been dreaming about for 16 years. And to see it all on one rocket, it's terrifying and exciting and thrilling all at once.
Our Peregrine lunar lander starts its journey to the moon in Florida on a Vulcan launch vehicle. That will blast us into translunar injection, heading us straight out to the moon, where we will enter lunar orbit and start our descent down to the surface. At this point, engines are firing, all eyes are tuned in, and as we soft touch down on the surface of the moon, that marks the beginning of our surface operations and our payloads deploying. As a nation and as a company, as individuals, we all persevere to overcome challenges, and we're going to continue to do that. And this first mission is just our first step, our first attempt to make space accessible to the world, and it certainly will not be our last.
We should be getting the end of the burn before too long, I think.
This is Vulcan Mission Control at T plus 47 minutes, 8 seconds. We're a few seconds from the second main engine cutoff. Here's Rob Gannon.
seconds to nominal MECO. We're going to open loop on PU. Coming up on cutoff. We have cutoff.
They called RL10 cutoff on the on Centaur.
And we are now in a 2-minute 49-second coast phase of spacecraft separation.
As they do so, they will make sure that the attitude is correct
Settling going.
ahead of ahead of release of Peregrine on its way to the moon.
To spacecraft sep attitude. And continuing to maneuver to our MES2 attitude.
Okay, coming up on separation in just over a minute and a half from now.
And we're inside a minute and a half, spacecraft separation. Body rates are nulling out. And this mission does call for a roll spin for spacecraft separation of 0.5 degree per second.
What that'll do is that will give it circular stabilization as it travels forward, I believe. Or maybe maybe it's an end over end, in which case that will allow that will essentially throw the craft pretty much in a straightforward line, as it were. Much like how you take a yo-yo, twirl it above your head by the string, and then let it go. It goes in one direction. It's kind of like how they did the early Starlink releases.
This is Vulcan Mission Control at T plus 50 minutes 10 seconds. Vulcan has executed all mission events expected, and we are now approaching delivery of the Astrobotic Peregrine commercial lunar lander into a highly elliptical orbit, more than 220,000 miles above Earth, to intercept the moon. Let's return to flight commentator Rob.
There we go. The vehicle has been released.
We are spinning down. And we are now in a 28-minute coast period, the third burn of Centaur.
And that will send all the other remaining items into the depths of deep space. And they also called, they were talking about a heliocentric orbit. That's an orbit around the sun. The same type of orbits that all the planets are in.
This is Vulcan Mission Control at T plus 51 minutes 6 seconds. We just heard confirmation of Peregrine spacecraft separation. I'm now back with ULA President and CEO Tori Bruno. Tori, our first Vulcan rocket just delivered its first payload to orbit. How are you feeling?
Yeehaw! I am so thrilled. I can't tell you how much.
Absolutely. And again, we're not completely done with the mission here today. Is there anything else that you want to share with the audience?
I am so proud of this team. Oh my gosh, this has been years of hard work. So far, this has been an absolutely beautiful mission back to the moon and off to our next burn, where we will do our final payload deployment to that heliocentric orbit for the memorial. Our team has done such a good job. Bravo, Zulu to everyone. This is just, it's hard to describe.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel that too. So again, thank you so much for joining us on our show. Congratulations, and we'll let you get back to finish the rest of the mission.
Congratulations to you. Give me a hug. All right.
was Tori Bruno, CEO of United Launch Alliance. And he has actually acknowledged a couple of my posts, too, as well as my Japanese counterpart, Usui Clears. One of these things I'd like to do one of these times is maybe even have him on the stream and talk to him.
We're going to pass the broadcast back to the NASA team to continue mission coverage. We'll be joining back in as we approach the final engine burn. Over to you, Megan.
Thank you, Amanda, and well done, ULA team. So throughout the broadcast, we have been telling you about the...
Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and end the coverage there. So, in any event, that was the first flight of Vulcan Centaur, taking the Peregrine launch to the Peregrine Mission 1 mission to the moon, ahead of crewed flights to the moon in the future. So, and hats off to the folks over at United Launch Alliance, as well as, of course, to Blue Origin for making the engines that get the Vulcan booster off the thing. And pretty soon we're going to be saying Das Vidanya to the Atlas V. We don't know precisely when that'll happen, along with Atlas V. It's Das Vidanya to the engines, and so long to Atlas itself, which is powered by said engines, the RD-180. So, in any event, let's go ahead and switch over to the next portion of the show. I'm going to do something real quick here while I'm doing that. Let me go find... There we go. So now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to look at the final... That was the first usage of the Vulcan Centaur vehicle. And now we're going to take a look next at the NROL 70 flight profile, and then we'll watch the launch itself. And that's going to be a relatively quick one. And that will be the final launch of Delta IV Heavy, which because of a law that recently went into effect, as of 2023. Any new missions after that have any kind of national security requirement, where anything with national security interests go, that will be now on American-powered flights, e.g., for example, the one we just saw, Vulcan Centaur, or in SpaceX's case, Falcon 9, or in Blue Origin's case, New Glenn. They have to be on American-powered flights, or at very least not foreign-powered. And of course, it's taking straight aim at the RD-180. The RD-180, we stopped procuring them shortly after the invasion of Crimea, and then we lost all the technical support shortly after the invasion of Ukraine proper. So, and of course, the person who delivered all that message, Sergei Rogozin, is now. I originally was going to put a message together saying, if you're going to say that to our NASA people, then you go pick up a gun and do your thing, which he has since done, and almost found himself dead because he found himself in an area that damn near got hit. I'm not sure if it was hit by a Gimler's rocket, but yeah. You got such a big, noisy mouth, Rogozin. Anyway, be that as it may, we're going to go ahead and switch over to the next one, which is the flight profile of NROL 70, the final Delta IV Heavy vehicle. So let's go ahead and get that rolling, and we're going to go right to it. Oh, sorry. Let me try this again. I thought I had the right one up there. There we go.
To mitigate the fireball created by the hydrogen-burning Delta IV Heavy rocket, the staggered engine
I'm going to need to replay this real quick.
To mitigate the fireball created by the hydrogen-burning Delta IV Heavy rocket, the The staggered engine start sequence begins with ignition of the launch table HPOs, burning off the excess hydrogen injected into the flame duct. Next, the starboard Delta IV Rofi lights, igniting its RS-68A engine. Then, the center and port RS-68A engines ignite to generate more than 2.1 million pounds of total thrust to lift the 1.6 million pound triple-core rocket off the pad. Shortly after liftoff, Delta begins a pitchover to attain the proper flight path while minimizing the pressure the vehicle experiences during flight. Delta then reaches Mach 1, the speed of sound, followed by the rocket reaching maximum dynamic pressure as it travels through Earth's atmosphere. With propellant depleted in the port and starboard boosters, the engines shut down and the boosters jettisoned to shed their weight. The remaining booster engine then throttles to full power to maximize performance against gravity losses. Once propellant levels deplete in the center booster, the engine shuts down and the booster is jettisoned from the second stage. The vehicle now weighs approximately 6% of what it did at liftoff. Following jettison of the center booster, the Delta Cryogenic Second Stage, or DCSS, main engine ignites. During ascent, NROL-70 is protected inside a 5-meter diameter metallic payload fairing. After traveling through the densest part of Earth's atmosphere, the payload fairing is jettisoned. The Delta IV Cryogenic Second Stage carries the last payload to launch on a Delta IV rocket to its final orbital destination, where it will begin its national security mission.
Okay. So basically what you just saw was how those vehicles will launch. That is, what they'll do is all 3 engines light on the ground at full throttle. Shortly after liftoff, the center core will throttle to about 75% of rated performance. I don't know the exact. I'm not certain what the exact performance rating it is, but it's enough to conserve fuel throughout the remainder of the burns of the outer CCBs, common core boosters. Originally, also there was supposed to be a heavy version of the Atlas V, but that never got built, where they have 3 Atlas boosters. Presumably, the port and starboard ones would have nose cones, much like the ones on this particular the outer CCBs on Delta IV Heavy, as well as Falcon Heavy, which basically allows them to slip through the air a little bit more quickly, and the DCSS, or Delta Cryogenic Second Stage, also forms the basis of the ICPS, or Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage of SLS, which is the second stage after the jettison of the shuttle-derived booster system, which also contains the 2 large SRBs that are on the sides of that particular vehicle. So, and I believe there's also going to be a newer, I don't remember the exact name of the vehicle that's going to be that's going to succeed the ICs, but I believe it too will be derived from the DCSS, using an RL-10 engine on that as well. And another note about the DCSS, and I believe also the ICPS, is that the RL-10 nodule will actually has an extension which will extend out to full length, because what happens is that they can actually put a bit more of the they can actually collapse part of the engine into the bay where it connects to the lower the first stage, or the center CCB on the Delta IV Heavy. And on the Atlas, the SLS, it would allow the engine to be in a much more compact area. So let me go ahead and get the actual mission going, and I'll also find out when the actual launch is on the timeline, and then fast forward it to about just before they do the launch readiness polls. So let me take a look at this. Let me do that real quick. NROL. Do the full length version of that. Okay, and this one's going to be a relatively short one, because we won't see much of the stuff on the second stage. Maybe ignition of it, and at the absolute most, mainly because of the sensitive nature of that particular mission. Go ahead and start rolling it on my OBS Studio, and I need to. Okay, just found the actual launch portion of it. Now I'm going to start winding it back until I see the. Usually that happens right around L-7, anywhere between L-9 to L-7 minutes, where they actually do the launch readiness poll. And thank you so much, everybody, for watching thus far. Actually, it's L-4. I'm sorry. All right, let me go ahead and figure out where the. Okay, I know what we're gonna do. Okay. I'm gonna pause that real quick, and I'm gonna get ready to move to the next scene here. Standing by. Here we go. Going into the NROL 70 launch coverage just before they do the go no go poll. And you'll see the three parts there. One is they're the three common booster cores at the bottom. Then you have the interstage and the DCSS along with the payload within its.
We remain in the planned 15-minute hold as we continue towards liftoff. In a few moments.
And of course the fairing contains the actual satellite itself. Here we go. We're coming up on the readiness polling.
Hold for system status and readiness to proceed. This is the final status check for all Delta vehicle systems, ground systems.
And we have Space Force personnel in launch control.
The vehicle system readiness.
And this is entirely liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen for the propellant on all stages.
Let's listen in as Scott Barney performs the final polling.
And of course, you see all the umbilicals connected to the vehicle, including all three CCBs, the DCSS, and the vehicle.
Check to proceed with terminal count.
Here we go. Here goes the readiness polling.
Go. Hydraulics. Go. Locks. Go. LH2. Go. Second stage systems locks. Go. LH2.
Go.
Electrical systems airborne. Go. Ground. Go. Facility. Go. RFFTS. Go. Flight control. Go. Com. Go. GCQ.
Go.
Operations support. Go. Pneumatics. Go. Umbilicals. Go. HASGAS. Go. ECS.
Go.
Redline monitor. Go. Mechanical engineering advisor. Go. Quality. Go. Ops safety manager. Go. ULA safety officer. Go. Vehicle system engineer. Go. Anomaly chief. Go. Range coordinator. Clear to proceed. Launch director.
Launch vehicle is ready to launch.
Mission director. You have permission to launch. Proceeding with the count. ALC verified T0 is set for 16:53 Zulu. Verified.
And these all happened while I was at work.
Polling is complete and the team is go for launch. From T-minus 4 minutes until liftoff, you'll hear Scott Barney and the team performing the final steps in the countdown procedure. Several critical activities occur in the final minutes before launch, including verifying fuel tank levels and pressures in the three boosters and DCSS, in addition to arming the flight termination system. At T-minus 1 minute, the Range Operations Commander confirms the range is in a green condition for launch. At T-minus 15 seconds, the launch table HBOs at the base of the rocket are ignited to burn off excess hydrogen. At T-minus 7 seconds, the starboard engine is ignited. At T-minus 5 seconds, the port and center engines are ignited. Once the Delta IV Heavy lifts off, you'll hear flight commentator Rob Gannon providing launch vehicle ascent data.
About a minute until they pick up the count.
Configure for launch.
TD on net 1, SV configure for launch.
Roger.
TD out.
swing arm lock pins pulled. Roger. All steps are complete prior to terminal count.
Yeah, look at all those umbilicals that are in support of that vehicle. That is probably one of the biggest networks of umbilicals I've seen on anything. Whereas the stuff on Falcon 9 and even Falcon Heavy is pretty simple. I think they're getting rid of the whole Delta 4 Heavy, as well as the entire Delta 4 projects, because it is expensive.
T-minus 4 minutes in holding. We anticipate releasing the hold in just a few moments.
So port and center light first, and one of the things they'll also do is light the ROFIs, which stands for radial firing outward igniters. And what that does, there we go. They've just released the count.
Ground pyros enabled.
And what those, like I said, what those will do is those will burn off the accumulated hydrogen, and will also ignite the hydrogen that's coming out. And it'll be first a deflagration, and then they'll be much more potent once the oxygen is introduced.
Minus 332.
And because they release hydrogen first without the oxygen, the gas will start to go up, and that's the reason why you see all the flames, and that's one of the reasons why this will never be human rated, unlike the Atlas V.
Minus 307.
T-minus 3 minutes and counting. And one of the things I believe they'll do pretty close to the end is they'll stop replenishing fuel and oxidizer on all stages, and also start pressurizing all the tanks. That usually happens within the T-minus 2 minute to 90 second marks ahead of launch.
CBC locks at flight pressure and flight level.
Ooh, nice drone footage there. T-minus 2 minutes and counting.
T-minus 2 minutes.
Mark.
The rocket, payload, ground systems,
Hydraulic
and
pressure.
eastern range are go for launch.
Vehicle internal. Launch sequence.
They're now on internal power.
If you just joined us, I'm Andrea Lenhoff.
CBC
I'm your
LH2
host for
at
the
flight
final
pressure and
Delta
flight level.
launch today.
Everything
Liftoff
is pressurized.
currently scheduled for 12:53 p.m. Eastern.
SCS launch enabled.
And at the T-minus 1 minute mark, they're going to call range readiness. And if everything's good, it's range green. And then T-minus 25 seconds, they will call the vehicle and payload readiness status. We're inside of a minute and a half until launch.
Armed. SCS
And please bear in mind, this is not live. This is a replay. This happened about a month ago, I believe. T-minus 1 minute and counting.
Go for main engine
T-minus
start.
1 minute.
Mark.
Rock report range status.
Range green.
Range is good in the green status, which means they are now cleared for launch downrange. And the next milestone is T-minus 25 seconds, which is vehicle and payload status ahead of launch.
Second stage LH2 secure at flight level.
Everything is pressurized on the second stage.
Minus 30.
T-minus 30 seconds and counting.
Go Delta. Go NROL 70.
Actually, they do it at T-minus 30 seconds. My apologies. Everything is now go for launch. T-minus 20 seconds and counting.
Minus 15.
15.
Rofi ignition.
They've just lit the ROFIs.
T-minus
10,
9,
9, 8, 7,
7,
6,
6,
5,
We have
4,
ignition.
3, 2, 1. RS-68A ignition.
And
liftoff of Delta 4 Heavy, the final launch carrying the NROL 70 mission to points unknown, and the vehicle has cleared the tower.
Closing Delta 6 decade legacy of excellence in space.
They should be starting to throttle down the center CCB engine, the center end, the RS-68A engine. Currently the most powerful operating liquid hydrogen engine. Now it is out of service. One thing you might notice is that the engine exhaust is very much orange. Normally, hydrogen exhausts are blue in color. That's because these engines use an ablative coating on the outside and the inside of the engine to as cooling. And pretty soon, right around the 1 minute mark or so, they will go past Mach 1, the speed of sound. And a little bit further than that, they will have they will go into the area of maximum aerodynamic pressure, or max Q, which is where the vehicle experiences peak pressure that the atmosphere will exert on it as it passes through the denser portions of the lower atmosphere.
And we have fired the isolation pyro valve on second stage reactor control system. And first step in readying that system for operation.
Coming up on Mach 1.
And we've passed through Mach 1 and Max Q.
They have gone through Mach 1 and Max Q pretty much at the same time. I don't know if they do any throttle downs during those times. And one of the first flights of Orion was on a Delta IV Heavy.
Operating as expected. Everything looks good. And we fired the pyro valve, pressurizing the reactor control system on the second stage. Pressure's coming up. Everything.
The RCS has been pressurized on the second stage ahead of BECO and release of the second stage. And before they jettison the outer CCBs, they will lower their throttles to match to match the center throttle, and then they will detach shortly thereafter. After which point the center CCB will go to full throttle.
And we are 3 minutes to core BECO.
And I believe they're talking about the inner CCB.
Now 1/2 its liftoff weight. All three engines operating normally. Everything looking good.
RS-68As are operating the way they should, and it looks like everything is and their trajectory is
29 nautical miles in altitude, 64 miles downrange, traveling at 5,300 miles per hour. Everything continues to look good. And we've just passed through the Kármán line, reaching 100 kilometers in altitude.
Now they're officially in space, with the Kármán line being at 100 kilometers in altitude, which is considered the internationally recognized border to space, even though the atmosphere goes a lot further than that.
2 minutes to core BECO. Coming up on throttle down on the strap-ons.
The strap-ons are going to be throttled down to match the throttle on the center core. We're about 10 seconds away from engine shutdown on the outer CCBs. And we have jettison of both common core boosters, and now they're falling away. And they should be opening the throttles on the center. Yep, they're throttling up the center core, and they're now pitching upward.
Single stage booster.
They're rolling right now.
And we re-enabled steering following separation of the strap-ons. Everything looking good.
We just heard confirmation of port and starboard booster jettison. We have about 1.5 minutes until we reach our next mission event, booster engine cutoff.
On the RL-10.
They're starting to do engine chill on the RL-10 on the DCSS ahead of ignition.
1 minute to core BECO.
To bring it down to operating temperatures. We're less than a minute away from shutdown of the center CCB RS-68A.
Started LH2 boost phase chill down. Housing temps responding as expected. Flight control disturbances are small, and
they will probably. I believe they will also be reducing throttle on the center booster to maintain a constant acceleration of about maybe 4 Gs ahead of center BECO. and jettison of the upper
stage. Our next mock event, throttling down the core booster in preparation for BICO.
Right around, we're about 10 seconds away from BICO and jettison of the lower stage.
Booster engine cut off.
And we'll also probably see the RL10 nozzle extend,
and
hopefully.
We have BICO.
They call BICO.
Cut off on the booster, everything looking good.
We should be getting staging before too long. We have staging. There's the staging, and there's the nozzle extending on the RL10.
And stage operation occurred right as expected. NEDs have deployed. And we have pre-start, start, and...
There we go. We have engine ignition on the RL10 on the DCSS.
Enabled steering.
Or MES1, main engine start 1.
Stage operating normally. Coming up on fairing separation.
And of course, the fairing is what protects the payload through protects it from aerodynamic loading.
10 seconds away from fairing sep.
Hey, Blue Fire, thank you so much for the kind words. Yeah.
5 seconds to fairing sep, and we have fairing separation. Disturbances look good.
They're calling fairing separation. There it goes.
And once again, steering has been re-enabled after the separation event.
They probably keep it straight while they separate the fairing portions, and then they go back to being able to steer the vehicle once everything settles out after they release the fairing.
Flight commentator Rob Gannon confirmed the successful completion of the early phase of today's flight, and all systems continue to operate nominally. While the mission has just begun, we did just see liftoff of the last Delta rocket. Here's ULA President and CEO Tory Bruno.
Well, good afternoon. A lot of you know that the Delta IV Heavy is, of course, the most metal of all rockets, setting itself on fire before it blasts into space. But I also want to talk about its tremendous contribution to our nation, to exploration, to national security. The Delta IV Heavy still today flies missions that no other rocket can fly. Soon Vulcan will pick up that mantle, and we're going to retire this venerable rocket that has made so much important work for our country. And I want to thank everyone who has been involved with the Delta IV Heavy. We have many employees who are here for the very first Delta IV launch, who are still here now for the last Delta IV launch to send off this great vehicle into its well-earned retirement. Thank you all.
Hi everyone, I'm now joined by ULA's Launch System Director, Bill Cullen. Bill, thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, thanks for having me, Andrea.
We just saw a really magnificent launch for the last time. This has a little bit of a special meaning to you, is my understanding, because you started your career working on the Delta program.
I did.
So tell us a little bit about what this experience means to you.
Well, so it is bittersweet, yeah. but it's very exciting, and it's a great evolution. And everything that Delta has done, Delta 2, Delta 4, Atlas 5 is being done better on Vulcan. And so this is a great evolutionary step. And it is bittersweet to see the last one, but there's great things ahead.
It is. It's exciting too. I know you and I have worked on Vulcan for a long time. So it's exciting to see it, but bittersweet, obviously, to be the last one. This Delta Heavy configuration is obviously a fan favorite. I know you've seen the most heavy metal of rockets. So definitely a unique and cool configuration. What is it about the Delta Heavy that makes it so special?
Well, so two things. It all boils down to the mission capability, so which is lift capability in many ways, and then on orbit. But the lift capability, the no solid motors, pure liquid, the 3 strap-ons, the slow, majestic liftoff
really
is just inspiring.
Yeah.
And there's nothing like it. You know, it makes your heart go.
I really felt it. Like, I feel like more than any other rocket launch, you really feel it in your bones and in the vehicle. So it's just such a cool thing to see, and kind of sad for it to be the last one. So speaking of last, let's talk a little bit about first. So earlier in January, we experienced our first Vulcan rocket. Went off pretty flawlessly, in my personal opinion, which is kind of a big deal for the first one. We also have an exciting time coming up with the first crew flight test coming up here very shortly, actually. So with all those firsts, you know, we are looking at one of our lasts with the Delta configuration in the Delta Heavy. So what would you say was this program's greatest accomplishment?
Greatest is hard to pick.
Just pick
you know,
one.
So
or a handful.
so if you look at all the national security things, intelligence, the GPS constellation, everybody uses GPS, right? And you know, the mapping capabilities. I mean, you want to know where you're driving. You want to see what your house looks like in satellite view. Everybody can do that in part because of the satellites.
And every day, we use it every day, right?
Every day it's touched all of us. Yeah, it's amazing.
It's such a cool thing. I mean, working at ULA, you know, just to be a part of that small experience that we have here, but know the huge impact that it has. I mean, just an exciting time.
Yeah, we're enablers.
We are enablers, and we work on rockets, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Well, Bill, that's all the questions that I have for you today, but I do appreciate you joining us, and just really thank you for being here for this exciting last, and looking forward to a year of firsts for us and many, many more coming here in the future.
Absolutely, to mission success.
Great, thank you so much.
Yep.
Well, we're just about to log up here for today, but before we do, I do want to thank Ben Chilton and Rob Gannon for their support of today's broadcast. You can follow more about ULA and learn more about our rockets at ulalaunch.com. However, before we log off, let's look at one more majestic look of that last Delta launch, lifting off the pad for the very last time. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, let's watch. Well, I won't even do the countdown.
9, 8, 7, 6.
There it goes.
5.
All the hydrogen is crawling up the sides,
1.
and once all the oxygen goes down there, it just makes a nice, hot, powerful flame to get them off the ground. And just look at the charring at the very bottom. That is perfectly normal for that. And like Tori said, it is quite the sight to see. And also, my friend Puzzle Pulsar and I have talked about it on occasion and said when he's a viewer in there, he and I have also talked about it in private, and it's like, this has got to be one of the coolest sights you'll ever get to see in terms of a launch, is the fact that it crawls up the side of the vehicle, and then of course it sets everything on fire, and it's just crazy. So that was NROL 70, the last ever Delta IV Heavy launch, as well as the last in the Delta IV series, not to mention the last of the Delta program Popper, which has been going on in some way, shape, or form ever since the Thor Delta series, which I believe was back in the late 1950s or early 1960s. However, one particular part of both Atlas and Delta projects are still very much going on, and that is the RL-10 for the engine and the Centaur for the upper stage from both Delta and Atlas, respectively, as well as the vehicle itself, Centaur from Atlas. So that is very much still going on. And next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try and figure out how to find the launch of... I'm going to have to Google this one, because I don't think I'm going to be able to find it on... Actually, I might actually find it on NASA's site, now that I think about it. NASA's YouTube channel. And that is the... let me find... Let's go hit NASA's page, and we're going to look for the first Cygnus vehicle to be launched on Falcon 9. The previous one was between iterations of the Antares rocket. The previous one was done on a couple of Atlas V Centaur rockets. Let's see if I have the right one here. this is it. And I need to go find the... hope everybody's enjoying the... watching some of the spaceflight stuff, as I always like to show. And again, this one I could not watch myself or show for you guys because I could not, of course, this happened while I was at work. So what I need to do right now is I need to find, what I'm going to do is catch it at about, I'm going to catch it about the T-minus 9-minute mark, which is right around the time, actually right around the 9-minute mark, which is just before the engine, right before they do the engine chill. Let's see. Trying to figure out who this one was named after, because Northrop Grumman, and previous to that, Orbital ATK, and previous to that, Orbital Sciences was naming it after notable late astronauts or notable figures in the American space program. Previous launches. Let's see if I can find it. I'm going to go find this. This will tell me who they named this one after. Oops, that was way at the wrong end. Pause that for just a sec here. Let's see. X Cygnus. And this is the first ever SpaceX launch of a Cygnus mission. Normally they launch their own, which of course is Cargo Dragon 2. Okay, Patricia Hilliard Robertson is the name of that particular vehicle. So let me go ahead and get that, I'm going to get that lined up. Also need to get the, there it is. Yeah, I need to back up a little bit further. I'm going to go to, I'm going to bring it back to about, bring it at 6 minutes into the 6. There we go. We're going to go ahead and start rolling that in just a second. I'm going to bring my... Okay, we're going to go ahead and roll. And program A, come on.
Around 3 minutes into flight, once we've exited Earth's atmosphere, we will jettison the fairing halves and attempt to retrieve them once they return back down to Earth. This payload
we're about 12. We're going to see see somebody come in from the phone. Looks like they may actually be talking about part of the program.
For now, let's learn a bit more about the spacecraft itself. Rob?
So let's do that.
Thanks, Jesse. As mentioned earlier, Northrop Grumman's Cygnus cargo craft is about to deliver about 4 tons of science and supplies to the International Space Station, hitching a ride today for the first time on the venerable space. On the phone with us right now to discuss this unique marriage of rockets and resupply is a former veteran astronaut, Dan Tawney, who flew 2 supply and assembly missions to the International Space Station. He is now Northrop Grumman's program manager for human exploration and operations. Dan, it's been a while, but it's great to have you with us today.
Rob, it's great to hear your voice and to be working with you again. Thanks for the call.
That's Rob Navias from the NASA's Public Affairs Office.
What's involved in unloading a cache of cargo that a resupply vehicle brings to the complex in what amounts to its own complex operation?
Yeah, it is a complex operation, and from a crew member's point of view, boy, it's like Christmas. or nowadays it's like watching the Amazon truck show up and
Yeah.
unload a bunch of stuff. We're bringing 8,000 pounds, over 8,000 pounds of stuff to the crew, and not only is it the scientific experiments and stuff that the space station itself needs, but it's food, it's clothes, and really personally to the crew, it's notes and mementos and stuff from their families and friends. It's great to put a little personal stuff in there. So it's an exciting day to receive a new cargo ship, but boy, they've got a lot of hours ahead, unloading everything, putting it someplace in the station, and then filling it back up with trash.
And Dan, this Cygnus is named after astronaut Patty Hilliard Robertson, a good friend of yours, who tragically lost her life in a plane crash in 2001. You knew her very well. So on this day, a special day for you, your thoughts about her and the fact that Cygnus is named in her memory.
Yeah, one of the things we've done on Cygnus from their very first mission is name them after space pioneers, people that are very important to the human space program. And this is very personal.
That's aboard the Vomit Comet.
In my class, we've been able to name a Cygnus for Pierce Sellers, and Laurel Clark was the last one. And in this one, we get to honor Patty Robertson. She was in the class of 98. We were in the class of 96, so we were sort of the sophomores to her freshman class, and so we got the honor of being with those guys when they were getting ready for their first 238 flight and their first sim and their first NBL run, and so got to know them very well. Patty, she lit up a room. She was so wonderful to work with. Her attitude was great. She was smiling. Everybody loved her, and such a tragedy when we lost her. So it is certainly my pleasure and my honor to be part of the Cygnus team that gets to honor Patty in her memory and get her into space sort of officially, or get her namesake into space. So it's really a fantastic honor and a pleasure for us to be able to do that.
Dan, thank you so much for your time today. Appreciate your thoughts.
I like how they put the human element on that. Not just a spacecraft, but putting a namesake up there for one of their colleagues.
In order to support Cygnus missions, SpaceX designed a custom fairing and payload transfer truck with a mobile clean room to support late load operations, which happen while the rocket is horizontal and on the pad deck. Late load refers to loading cargo in the final hours before launch and after the spacecraft has already been encapsulated inside the fairing. The fairing modifications includes a new roughly 5-foot by 4-foot fairing door that opens directly into the mobile clean room. At T-minus 24 hours, late load ops began.
Oh, that's what they're doing. That's interesting.
To load time-sensitive cargo right on the pad. And then at T-minus 7 hours, Falcon 9 went vertical. Now with T-minus 8 minutes to go, all is looking good.
The next event on the timeline is at T-minus 7 minutes, where they do engine chill of the first of the nine sea level Merlin 1D engines at the base of the first stage, getting them down to operational temperatures.
Jesse, thanks. We're at T-minus 7 minutes, 30 seconds and counting to the launch of the Falcon 9 rocket and the Northrop Grumman Cygnus cargo craft, which, as we said, is delivering about 4 tons of science and supplies to the space station. Science for every crew that lives and works on board the station is the main objective of activities up on orbit. Today's delivery is designed to improve robotic surgeries on Earth, 3D printing techniques, and the growth of cartilage in microgravity. So let's take a quick look at the science aboard Cygnus.
T-minus 7 minutes and counting. Engine chill should be beginning right about now. And another thing worth noting is that Cygnus is not only a resupply vessel as well as a waste disposal vessel, but also is practically a station in its own right. A lot of the stuff, like I say, a lot of the stuff they do on orbit or just in the act of flying up to space, we directly benefit here on Earth from a lot of this research. A lot of this stuff you cannot do in the presence of Earth gravity. You have to do it in microgravity. So everybody benefits from this.
And the SpaceX team is working no significant issues.
T-minus 6 minutes and counting.
Range remains go for launch. And at this point, RP1 fuel is completely loaded on the second stage and nearly complete on first stage. Liquid oxygen loading is underway on both stages and will complete at T-minus 2 minutes to launch.
And the next event on this timeline will be at T-minus 4 minutes 30 seconds, which will be the strongback retract, which is that girder-like structure that goes alongside the vehicle, which brought it vertical from the hangar. And apparently a lot of that stuff that they did, especially for Cygnus, they had to be able to mate that to the first stage late in the game.
Well, SpaceX performed what is called engine chill, where a small amount of the super chilled liquid oxygen flowed into the
And apparently they even do that while the thing is actually encapsulated in the fairing, which is different from what SpaceX does with the with Cargo Dragon, which itself does not have a fairing.
Cygnus is also undergoing final vehicle health checks at this moment as it prepares to go on internal battery power.
They just made the call, getting ready for the strong arm retract.
In Dulles, Virginia.
In Dulles, Virginia, that's where the Northrop Grumman mission control is.
Away from the vehicle. Now the transporter erector, or the TE, is that large structural structure next to Falcon 9.
Truss structure is what I would have said.
There are some
structures are quite structural, all right. T-minus 4 minutes 30 seconds. First of all, that clamp that's at the base of the fairing will open up, and then that truss will angle back about 2 degrees, angling all the way back at another 43 at launch. There go the clamps.
Those clamp arms that I mentioned.
They are now opening up.
Fairing there are opening up.
And you'll see we hopefully will get a shot of all the various umbilicals that are going into the vehicle, providing it with electricity, fluids, gases, as well as any kind of air conditioning that everything else needs.
And it looks like the clamp arms are now fully open, and it's very slow.
There it goes. It's starting to fall away.
Slowly moving away from the vehicle.
Normally what happens when it's on Antares, the very first one is, the first stage is a RP1 and liquid oxygen powered first stage. The booster is powered by, the original Antares 230 Plus was powered by 2 RD-191s, which are single chamber engines.
We're coming up on the T-minus 3 minute mark until launch. Checkouts of
And the second stage is a Castor 30XL solid propellant.
This is referred to as an engine gimbal or wiggle test when SpaceX
T-minus 3 minutes and counting.
To make sure that the guidance hardware is acceptable for flight. SpaceX does the same checkouts on the first stage engines. That happens just a few seconds before engine ignition. By the way, at the time of launch, the International Space Station will be flying some 260 statute miles over the South Pacific, southeast of New Zealand.
And pretty soon they're going to start calling completion of LOX load and RP1 load on the first stage, as well as 2 different calls of when they complete loading liquid oxygen on both stages.
Coming up next will be liquid oxygen loading completion on the second stage.
They apparently called LOX load complete on the second stage. First stage, now they're coming up on the second stage, LOX load complete.
Liquid oxygen. Cygnus is also performing its final health checks to make sure that all of its primary systems are ready.
Please note, this is not live. This is actually a replay.
Just waiting for the second stage liquid oxygen loading.
T-minus 2 minutes and counting.
Stage 2, LOX load complete.
There's the call.
There it is. That concludes propellant loading on Falcon 9. Now that this is complete, we will begin to
then they're gonna vent the liquid oxygen like they're doing right now out of the lines in the transporter erector. Coming up on the next milestone at T-minus 1 minute, which is startup and pressurization of all propellant tanks. Startup is where the control of the vehicle is handed off from the computers on the ground to computers aboard the spacecraft, and which will monitor the vehicle's health as well as a whole bunch of other critical functions, taking control of the countdown until T0, where they light the engines and the vehicle arises. Standing by for T-minus 1 minute for startup and vehicle press. T-minus 1 minute and counting. There's the call. Vehicle is now in startup. Computers are taking control of the vehicle along with the rest of the countdown, waiting on launch director status at about T-minus 45 seconds.
Pre-launch checks that instructs the rocket through the last seconds before liftoff. Both stages now being pressurized.
There's the call. NG's 20 is now ready for launch and coming up on T-minus 30 seconds. And they should be pressurizing all the propellant tanks on both stages. T-minus 30 seconds and counting. $20, 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition and liftoff of Falcon 9 carrying Northrop Grumman's Cygnus craft headed for the International Space Station. Patricia Hilliard-Johnson, and the vehicle has cleared the tower. Vehicle is now pitching down range to place it above water in the event of an abort scenario. Just before T plus 50 seconds, they will be throttling all 9 Merlin 1D engines at the base of the first stage into the bucket, reducing aerodynamic stresses on the vehicle as it gets ready to enter the area of maximum aerodynamic pressure, or max Q, breaking the sound barrier by passing Mach 1 shortly before that. They should be reducing throttles right about now. We're coming up on getting ready to go supersonic. They're getting good telemetry from the vehicle. Coming up on Mach 1.
To the International Space Station, and we've throttled down our engines in preparation for max.
Throttles are in the bucket.
This is the largest structural load.
They just called Mach 1, about to enter the area of maximum aerodynamic pressure, or max Q, the highest amount of aerodynamic stress the vehicle will experience as it goes through the lower, denser portions of the lower atmosphere. They just called max Q. They're now opening the throttles to full thrust, and there's we're about a minute left in the burn, at which point they will start to throttle the engines down, preparing them for MECO, or main engine cutoff. And then after that, separation of the stages and ignition of the MVAC engine, or the Merlin 1D vacuum optimized engine on the second stage. They should be chilling the engines right about now, just like they do on the 9 Merlin 1D engines at the base of the first stage when it was on the pad.
A few seconds later, the Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite to boost Cygnus to low Earth orbit, which is also known as SES-1. Then Falcon 9's first stage will ignite again to orient itself.
There's a view from the top of the interstage on the first stage. Seeing 2 of the grid fins, which will pop open as soon as staging happens. Oh, it looks like they're going to be doing a boost back. I'm not sure if they're going to land at LZ1. There's the engine. Looks like they're using a smaller nozzle. Coming up on MECO.
Stage separation confirmed.
They called MECO and staging. Vehicle is now separating. And we have ignition of the MVAC engine, and the first stage is turning around and looks like it's going to be headed back to the Cape. We're going to start 3 engines for a boost back burn. Here we go. There they go. The engines have lit on the first stage, heading it back to the Cape.
And some awesome views there.
And it looks like they use a smaller engine bell. Apparently they don't need nearly as much energy to get it up into orbit. Now we're seeing the interior of the fairing, which they would not have with Cargo Dragon 1. Cargo Dragon 2. They have just separated it because now we're above the Kármán line, or 100 kilometers. There goes one of the fairing halves.
Of fairing separation. You can actually see one of the fairing halves falling back to Earth on your right-hand screen.
They're going to go. It turns out, since I didn't know that they were going to do a boost back until I saw that on the timeline, as soon as they shut the boost back down, which they're doing right now, shortly after that, they're going to go ahead and deploy those grid fins. And those will take steering authority once they get into the atmosphere. And you'll probably see white little puffs like that. Those are cold gas nitrogen engines, which use nitrogen gas to finally adjust the vehicle's attitude as it gets ready to flip around enter the atmosphere. Engines first.
Great call-outs that both vehicles are on nominal trajectories.
And there are two more burns that's going to happen. One is going to be the entry burn on the left-hand side. I'm not sure if they're going to be using 1 or 3 engines, because this is going to be much like what we would normally see for a crewed mission. The only difference is this is a cargo mission, which has about 4 tons of cargo on Cygnus.
SpaceX's 10th mission for 2024 and the second flight to the International Space Station just this year. You might be interested to know, in order to get to space, the rocket
And the
has
grid
to go
fins are now
only
fully
just go up.
deployed.
It also has to go sideways and really, really fast.
And we're just above Mach 1, and we're probably going to see peak speed at about 3,000 kilometers an hour, which is right around Mach 2.5. Still supersonic, but not hypersonic.
Also heading horizontally away from the launch pad, and that's what we call a gravity turn. An object typically needs to go 7.5 kilometers per second or 17,500 miles per hour horizontally in order to avoid being pulled back down to Earth and get into orbit.
So basically, what being in orbit is essentially continuous free fall. And you're going sideways so fast, you never fall on the planet.
Making its way back down to Earth. Today, we do have a land landing, so we do require 3 burns in order for it to make its way back to its landing zone.
And we're starting to see the coast. I'm not sure if they're going to drop down onto the Cape or if they're going to drop onto a drone ship. Judging by that, it looks like they're going to go onto a drone ship. Well, actually, it might be the Cape.
This helps to slow the vehicle down as it re-enters the upper parts of the Earth's atmosphere.
Now you're looking up into the now empty interstage where the second stage was. That little tripod. Yep, there's the first stage. Pretty soon they're going to ignite at least 1, if not as many as 3 of the engines to slow it down. We're coming up on the entry burn startup, which will happen shortly.
That looks amazing.
And there go the cold gas nitrogen thrusters, just slightly adjusting it. They're not at the altitude yet where the grid fins can actually take authority. It looks like they are going to in fact land on LZ1 or landing zone 1.
Again, you can see on your left-hand screen the view of Earth in the background of the first stage as it's coming.
And one thing you'll notice, as the closer they get to Earth, it's going to change the you're going to see sort of a color change because we're going to be in the atmosphere as opposed to just above it. At about 50 kilometers, they're going to I believe they're going to go ahead and there go more thruster firings just to adjust it. And here we go. We're about to start the engine burn for slowing it down for the entry burn. They called entry burn startup. They just lined up the there we go. We have engine number 9 in the center lighting up. And we have engines 1 and 5 on either side of engine 9 lighting. Looks like they're going to do a 3 then 1 burn. 1 and 5 shut down. Now number 9 is shut down. They just turned off the flight termination system on stage 1. They're about to go transonic or below the speed of sound before too long.
Both vehicles continuing on a nominal trajectory.
Everything sounds like they're right on course.
Incredible view that we are getting of the
Coming up on the start, they're about to light the engine to bring it down onto LZ1. They're about to go transonic momentarily. There we go. We're below Mach 1. About to ignite the center engine only and touch it down at landing zone 1.
Amazing. You can see those 4 grid fins deployed.
Look at that shot. There it goes. We got T-TEP igniting. There it is. Center engine ignited. We're about to extend the landing legs momentarily. Sometimes this is called a suicide burn because it's coming down at breakneck speed.
Stage 2 FTS has saved.
They've just turned off the flight termination system on the second stage.
Stage 1 landing leg deployed.
The landing legs have deployed, and touchdown of the first stage at landing zone 1. They're coming up on SECO 1, second engine cutoff 1 on the second stage.
Its 10th flight and the 268th successful landing of an orbital class.
There's the MVAC engine about to shut down with SECO 1.
That was such an
They just called shutdown for SECO 1 or second engine cutoff 1.
second stage, that's where we will shut down this MVAC engine.
Nominal orbit insertion.
They just called nominal orbital insertion. It is right now in an elliptical orbit, and they will do thruster firings on Cygnus herself, which will then circularize the orbit. But they'll also be doing other thruster firings to raise the orbit to get it closer to the ISS. There is Cygnus. We're about to see it separate in a minute or two.
One last major task, commanding separation of the Cygnus spacecraft just a few minutes from now. For those of you just tuning in, you're watching a live webcast for NG20.
This is actually not live. We are doing a replay since this happened while I was away at work one day.
This is SpaceX's 10th mission for 2024 and second flight to the International Space Station this year. And for those of you following along, you'll know that
There'll be one or two of these flights by SpaceX of Cygnus because they're in the process of designing a new Antares vehicle designed entirely in the United States as opposed to being designed in Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine being basically there was a manufacturing company in Dnipro which was used. Oh, we have incoming! Thank you so much for lighting up that Proton M and crashing it with... Oh, owie, 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 owie! Oh! Oh my God, I just got a bunch of beta cassettes thrown at me. Thank you so much for the raid, Vicky. How are you doing? Let me do a quick shout out for you.
You can see that shorter nozzle there on your screen. Both Northrop Grumman and SpaceX have a long history of supporting the International Space Station with cargo.
So you were playing more satisfactory. Thank you so much for coming on in. I appreciate the raid. And for those of you who don't know me, my name is Katt Phloxworthy. I'm a nerdy, geeky, techie VTuber cat girl. And right now, today happens to be my birthday, and I'm doing a lot of things I wanted to do now that I have lots of time to stream. And one of the things we're doing is playing a lot of these streams I didn't get to cover.
Cygnus has delivered more than 138.
Earlier, we saw the first launch of ULA's Vulcan Centaur, and most recently we were watching the last ever launch of Delta IV Heavy on an NRO National Reconnaissance Office mission. And now this is SpaceX lofting one of its using its Falcon 9 to loft one of its competitors' vehicles into space because of the they couldn't do any more. They cannot do any more Antares as it was vehicles because the fuselage was made in Dnipro, Ukraine, and the factory has been destroyed. And the rockets for that were two NPO Energomash RD-191s, which were made in Russia, where American relations have been destroyed. So now Firefly Aerospace and Northrop Grumman are now creating a new iteration of Antares, which will be purely American-made.
Eastern time. We had a good stage separation. Falcon 9's first stage return back to land.
And in the upcoming future, hopefully on Monday, if they don't do any cuts, if they don't do any scrubs, we're going to see the first crewed mission of the Boeing CST-100 Starliner, christened by astronaut Sunita Williams, who will be flying aboard this mission as the Calypso, which is the research vessel that was used by the late oceanographer Jacques-Yves Cousteau. And we'll be taking a crew of 2 to the ISS for a short mission to see how well it works, because we will now, and with that we will have 2 different crewed missions, 2 different crewed vehicles that they can take to and from the ISS.
With the payload attached. As a reminder, this is the first SpaceX launch of Cygnus this year. Cygnus refers to the constellation that is visible in the northern night sky. It's the company's
I remember watching the Undersea World with my grandpa as a kid. Undersea World,
substantial contributions to human spaceflight.
I'd have to see what that is.
Northrop Grumman named the NG-20 Cygnus spacecraft in remembrance and celebration of the life of NASA astronaut Dr. Patricia Patty Hilliard Robertson.
That's another note that
Cygnus will have a nearly 40-hour transit to the space station, where the station's Canada Army will grapple Cygnus And the spacecraft will attach to the
Northrop Grumman, previously Orbital ATK, and previous to that, Orbital Sciences, would name these vehicles after late astronauts or other figures in the notable figures in the United States space program.
Watching the NG-20 mission carrying the Cygnus spacecraft currently attached to our Falcon 9 second stage, awaiting separation in just
Oh,
about
yeah.
30
Okay.
seconds from now.
All right, Vicki, go ahead and do so. By all means, go grab something to eat and have a great one. And also, before I forget, you and I are both going to be at Archive Expo later this month. At the matter of fact, the other end of the month. And there goes Cygnus on its way to the ISS.
And an incredible view. You can see the Cygnus spacecraft drifting away from.
And that is one thing I never got to see because everything was done using animations at that point. Mainly because we never get any pictures from the Castor 30 XL or from the Antares 230 XL 230 Plus.
And that's going to wrap it up for me here in Hawthorne. Be sure to check out spacex.com/launches for a schedule of our upcoming missions. In the meantime, Rob, what's next for Cygnus?
Jesse, thanks very much. Great ride into orbit for Cygnus, and I must tell you that the flight controllers here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room were simply mesmerized by that great video of the first stage landing following its job to deliver Cygnus on its way to orbit. Joining me now on the phone here in Mission Control in Houston is Jeff Arend, the manager for the Systems and Integration Office for the International Space Station program. Jeff, welcome in with us today.
Yeah, Rob, thanks for having me. Yeah, it's always good to talk with you.
Jeff, a pretty significant day. How significant for the program was today's launch as SpaceX and Northrop Grumman collaborated to send Cygnus on its way to the station?
Yeah, I guess I'd start by kind of echoing what you just said, that both of our commercial partners, but for cargo and science delivery, as you said, Northrop Grumman and SpaceX, they've each done an amazing job in all aspects of the service that they provide ISS. And as you kind of alluded to, they've stepped up their game even more this time around with the basically a seamless arrangement to launch Cygnus for the first time on a Falcon 9. So yeah, I can't say enough there. And as you know, the plan going forward is to continue this arrangement for at least a couple more Cygnus flights. And given the overall importance of cargo and science to our mission, the significance of this partnership can't be emphasized enough. It's really hats off to these guys.
Jeff, if you would, pretty busy up on the station, 11 crew members, 8 nations being represented in the midst of Axiom 3. So over the next 48 hours, outline for us the upcoming activities for the crew on board as they prepare for Cygnus's arrival Thursday.
Yeah, happy to. I'm actually going to start a little bit earlier because
there's the current crew aboard the ISS.
Because this is a vehicle that we capture with the SSRMS, there is some study time and training time that the onboard crew goes through actually in the week leading up to this event. So Laurel and Jaws have been doing some work together, and they actually get some hands-on activity with the actual arm. We actually back away from a grapple fixture and then reapproach the grapple fixture, similar to what they'll do for a capture. So they get a feel for how the arm actually performs in orbit. They also have to do a little house cleaning. There's, the port that Cygnus is going to usually has stowage in front of it. So they need to clear the port both for hatch opening and entering the Cygnus. And the other thing that serves for is we install a camera, an alignment camera that the crew will then check out, and it actually looks out the Node 1 hatch window, and that helps the ground team to actually, with their alignment, when they actually berth the Cygnus to Node 1 nadir. And then the final thing is tomorrow morning, actually before the actual Cygnus comes to station, They'll set up the robotics workstation that they use. They use that for monitoring Cygnus as it approaches ISS. They use it to ensure that the vehicle stays within the expected corridor and remains safe. And then, of course, they perform the capture operations of Cygnus when it gets to what we call its capture point. So, yeah, they got a lot on their plate, but it starts even before the week before the actual launch of the vehicle.
Jeff, thanks very much. We appreciate your time today, as always.
Yep, thank you, Rob. Appreciate it.
Jeff Aaron, the manager for the Systems and Integration Office for the International Space Station. Next up will be the deployment of Cygnus's solar arrays, scheduled to begin around an hour and 40 minutes from now. That critical milestone will take
this video doesn't last all that long from now.
Deployed, we'll provide an update on the station blog with the latest news. From this point on, Northrop Grumman flight controllers at their Mission Operations Center in Dulles, Virginia, will be monitoring Cygnus's flight to the International Space Station, along with flight controllers here in Houston. They'll work in tandem early Thursday as Cygnus arrives in the neighborhood of the orbital outpost. With that, we're going to wrap up our coverage of the launch of Northrop Grumman's 20th Commercial Resupply Services mission. Cygnus now on course to be captured at about 3:20 a.m. Central Time, 4:20 a.m. Eastern Time Thursday morning. Live coverage of rendezvous and capture will begin at 1:45 a.m. Central Time, 2:45 a.m. Eastern Time, followed by coverage of Cygnus's installation to the station at 4:45 a.m. Central, 5:45 a.m. Eastern Time. In the meantime, you can learn even more about this mission on the web at nasa.gov/commercial resupply. So on behalf of my colleague Jesse Anderson of SpaceX and Hawthorne and our colleagues at Northrop Grumman, thank you for joining us today. We'll see you back here early Thursday morning. This is Mission Control Houston.
Okay. That was one thing to also bear in mind about the about Cygnus is that not only is it a resupply craft going up and a trash can going down, when it's not connected to the International Space Station, it can actually act as its own laboratory, and frequently has. In fact, one of the missions that it actually performed actually did a lot of things with fire in space. So they can learn a lot about how to do firefighting, as well as actually using, possibly even using fire while they're on orbit. So they learned a lot about that. They do a lot of different things. And on top of that, one of the other things that it's also used for, I don't know if you saw the rocket engine at the base of the model on the module just below the actual vehicle itself. It is oftentimes used along with the engines on Progress, the Russian resupply vehicle, which is based on the Soyuz. They oftentimes will burn that engine to lift the to reboost the engine to reboost the station's orbit, and to keep it basically keep it in orbit. Dismiss that little notification I just got from my Windows system. So the Cygnus craft does a lot of stuff on there. That's also the as well as from Europe, from the United States, you have Cargo Dragon 2, and then of course this one is Cygnus. The main what they were saying earlier, what they were talking about berthing. What they do is, they don't dock where it basically maneuvers itself and puts it onto a docking adapter. What happens is that it gets into proximity of the International Space Station, and the station's robotic arm will grapple onto a fixture. In fact, we saw a grapple fixture on the back of the vehicle earlier, and what happens is that the grapple fixture will grab that, bring it closer to the station. There may be multiple fixtures on that vehicle, and what they'll do is they'll bring it closer, and at which point they will then put it onto the port, and the berthing mechanism will lock it in place. So, and other vehicles work differently. like the ATV automated transfer vehicle, which was made in in Europe. They use the Soyuz docking ports and have their own and basically can do everything autonomously. In fact, the service module of the ATV is what's being used on Orion when it goes to the moon, like they did for Artemis 1, the uncrewed vehicle that went to the moon. And another vehicle which went up there, which is also birthed, is the Japanese resupply module. They launch probably out of Tanegashima, Japan, on I believe on an H2 rocket, and they come up to orbit, come and meet the orbit of the International Space Station, and are birthed just like the original Cargo Dragon as well as Cygnus. So that's how that works. So anyway, I think that's all the spaceflight I've got for now. So I think the next thing I'm going to do is go play something. One of the things, of course, I've been into a lot lately, and I've been talking about this on stream a lot, and that was playing Chrono Trigger. And this by no means will be the only game I will play during the course of the of this stream. Well, let me take a look here. I've got Steam on my other monitor here. Let me find... Actually, it might be easier if I did this. There we go. Make sure I have my controller handy. Logged in with a computer. Oh, boy. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, that's what I need to do. I just realized. Let me do something real quick here. Oops. All right, let's try this again, shall we, kiddos? That's because I was trying to play... I mean, apparently I was... The account that I normally play my games under when I play them on stream was playing something else on another computer on my network, and it's like, yeah, it's not going to work too well. There we go. Let's switch over to the game. Oh, helps if I actually have the game in the foreground, doesn't it? There we go. Let's see if it actually loads the right game. Yeah, it might actually be okay. Because I actually had a crash. I had a crash at one point. So basically, the most recent thing I did, I finally beat Masa and Mune in 600 AD, so I could get a bit of the Masamune. No, we don't want to go there. Because basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to get the Masamune set up and then give it to the appropriate people who could do something about it. Let's see. I want to ride the ferry. I imagine you do. I take the ferry every chance I get. Okay. One-way ticket is 10G. You want one? Yes, we're getting 10. Here you go. Have a pleasant trip. So it pulls out of port sideways, huh? Interesting. Where is it taking me? Wait a minute. Wait a minute, I'm back in truce, aren't I? A mysterious whirlpool sometimes appears near here. What do you suppose could cause such a thing? Well, you know, that's a good question. No. Oh, that's right, I probably do need to be up here. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. I'm only going... I'm actually trying to go a little further. I'm trying to go into Medina. Mayor's Manor. This is probably poor. No, we don't want to go there. Actually, no, I think I know where I need to go. I need to go in somewhere into the forest. Yeah, I'm not dealing with that. Oh, crap. Where was I? Oh, no, 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 no. I'm not supposed to come here. Well, damn. Missed. Missed me, missed me. Now you gotta kiss me. There goes one. There goes two. Clank. Three. That's right, I need to get out of the forest. Oh, that's right, I need to go to Lean Square. You know what? Let's switch out Luca just so I can advance her a bit more. Actually, what is her level? 18? Actually, you know what? Let's there we go. That's right. Where we need to go is here. And of course we have to go all the way up to the teleporter. Or more accurately, the portal by the teleporter. Now for the restaurant at the end of the universe. I mean, the end of time. Protodome? No, we're not ready for that. Anywhere near ready for that just yet. Doing the Mystic Mountains? No. Not ready for that either. No. Truce Canyon, 600 AD. Yep. Off we go. Nope, we need to go this way. Oh, you son of a gun. Those go bye-bye. Ooh, crit. Yay. Ooh, nice. Probably because we have Luca in the party now. And we get to learn some of her techs. True Sin? Let me see if we learn anything from any of the people here. Broken our line and taken the bridge? Well, not anymore. We've already gotten it back. Yeah. The hero is no hero. The guy's just a little shrimpy kid who just happened to pick up the darn thing. Handed out for generations. Should you somehow manage to open it, you are welcome to the contents. Nope. We are now trying to find Dorino Inn. Really, the end of the world is at hand. Are the rumors true? The Fiend Lord's armies are truly closing in? Well, the mythical heroes appeared, so I'm sure we'll be all right. Yeah, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Okay. Got some information if you care to buy me a drink. What say you? Can you spare 30 gills? Yeah. Oh, it's Toma. Good. He might have some information for me. Barkeep, another round. Word has it that an odd beast has taken up residence in the deep southern wood. Strange as it may sound, they say it's a monstrous frog. How about that, huh? That's probably what we're looking for. We need somebody to go see and a vector to go to. That must be where we were going. Here, Cursed Woods. Ribbit. More like ribbit, damn it. Ow. Oh, went and killed that other guy. Ooh. Must be desperate to keep himself alive. Oh, now he's dead. Been watching a bunch of other stuff that talks about people's initial I wonder if this is what the place we were looking for. Maybe I need to go further south than this. Go kill him. Boom. He's gone. Wait a minute, what did it say? Private property, no trespassing, ribbit. That's right, I think I remember seeing that the last time. Elder's house. Maybe the elder might have something to say. Place known as a magic cave. Yeah. Yeah, we knew about those. That probably won't happen until later. Stirring up trouble. How can a person be wroth at that innocent little face? I guess meaning somewhat archaic language for being angry. Tata's house. Let's see. Listen to him. And who does he think he was going around bragging to everyone he'd raised a hero? Oh, letting myself get all swept. Yeah. Let's go upstairs and have a look real quick. Worry not, he's my grandson. He won't let a little thing like this spell the end of his great deeds. Okay, he told me already his next goal is to become the legendary Sea Captain Bluebeard. Ha 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 ha. Whatever. Let's, now that we have that item we have, let's, it said to the wood to the south. That must be the place right there. Although, I'm gonna check something real quick just for grins and giggles. No, ain't gonna let me through here. I might as well kill them all. Pew. Dead. Nope, not dead yet. Now he should be dead. Nope. Did I hear my fave game of all time? And happy birthday. Thank you so much, Azrael. How you doing? Let me give you a... Oops. I'm trying to pause the game real quick. And thanks for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I know it cute.
There we go. I love how the let's see, last time you played. Oh, you were doing some artwork, your usual pixel art. Yeah. For those who don't know her, she does a lot of pixel art, Azrael. Knowing how to make good use of Asaprite. Yep, there goes that thing. Boy, you're cannibalistic there, buddy. Clonk. And yeah, like you, this is one of my favorite games of all time. It's not just for the story, but also for the music. And how have you been doing? I hope everything's going well. Cool beans. Yeah, I've been doing okay too. I've been getting ready for Off-Kai Expo. I'm on staff there. And I've worked cons before, but this is my first time doing Off-Kai Expo. And this will be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Kaboom. Yeah, eat that sword, baby. Dirty Gil, let's go and clear these guys out real quick. Of course, he's killing the other guy too. Clonk. Ooh, guess what we just found? I think this is where I needed to be last time, and I'm so glad I actually decided to end the game at that point. Who's there? Ah, Chrono, what brings you here? Come to practice your swordplay? I'm surprised you found this place. That badge is that? It's the hero's badge. I see, so you met the lads, but there's not a thing I can do against the Fiend Lord. To fight him would require the legendary Masamune, which is... No, it matters little. Even had I the blade, I'd no right to wield it. Please, leave me be. A broken sword hilt. This is part of the Masamune. It's engraved with with archaic letters. I think I can make it out. Let's see. Melchior. Melchior. Melchior, the guy from Medina Village? Does this mean Chrono? Well, guess what? Obtain magic scarf. Let's see, since we got that, that's probably a piece of equipment that, say, Marl could wear. There are none alive who could mend the Masamune. Not necessarily here. No, not this time, buddy. Okay, time to head for Guardia Forest. And... one thing I forgot to do when I was here earlier. Oh, wait a minute. I need to go to Truce Canyon. Get another shelter. Because why not? And out we go. We go over to Truce Canyon. Go and get the roll. Go away from the roly-polies. Well, damn. Die. Clonk. Kicking a rock at us. How dare you? Obtain ether. Obtain potion. I'll take that. Absolutely anytime I will take it. Okay, let's head on back to... go ahead to Medina Village by way of the end of time. Or as I sometimes like to call it, thanks to Douglas Adams, the restaurant at the end of the universe. Nope. We're not ready for that yet. Lean Square? Nope. 2. Go to Medina Village. Yes, we are going there. Sorry, guys. We just need to head over here real quick. Don't mind us. Melchior's cabin, and he's back. Oh, you're back again. You come to see my collect... The sword. It's the Masamune. How did you get this? Why would your name be engraved on that sword? That is a very long story. We appear to have plenty of time. And of course we have plenty of time because we can travel through time. But that is the story you came to hear, is it not? Of course. Tell us about the Masamune. Can you reforge it? I could, were it possible for us to get our hands on some of the Dreamstone from which the sword was made. Dreamstone? Where did we get that? Oh, yes. It's nowhere to be found anymore. It was a glittering red stone, once valued even more than gold. Unfortunately, that was long ago. Longer than even you can imagine. Sounds like we need to... residents. We're heading back to the end of time. Let's check back. Nope. We're not going that far back. Forward, excuse me. Not yet. Lean Square? No. No. It's this one. Truce Canyon, 600 AD. Yep, let's go. And of course, we got to deal with these guys again. And he's toast. Ooh, napalm. Sticky, gelatinous, bits of gelatinous burning. Now, let's go check in with Frog and say, hey, guess what? We got bits of the Masamune. And he didn't know where, he said, we don't know who made it. We know exactly who made it. Oh, God damn it. And of course, he's killing off the enemies, so he's making our job a little easier. Oh, I guess we only have this guy to kill. Ka-tunk. And kill. And it goes dead. $360 gil. Let's go talk to Frog real quick. There are none alive who could mend the Masamune. That you know of. Ribbit. Well, shoot. Let's go back up there to the to go check in with a that's right, we're in Dorino there. Now let's go back up to Truce and check in with the folks there real quick. No, wait a minute, it's Dorino Inn that where we saw Toma. Dorino Inn, let's go check with... Guess Toma's gone. Yeah, got that. Tales say the legendary Masamune sleeps within the Denadora Mountains, but they say a terrible beast. Yeah, we knew that. Well, the hero is no hero. Let's see what I say when it happens when I say no. I forget. Oh, I haven't met him either. I wonder what the champion of Lorewood looks like. I'm thrilled to see. A great swordsmith long ago once forged a masterwork blade called something or other Mooney. No one alive today has the skill to make a sword to rival it. Nope. Not at this point in time. Well, he was basically thrown a little bit further ahead in time. Now I gotta figure out, let's see. Oh, wait a minute, hang on. Let's go check at the Guardia Castle. Now that we've actually seen, what's his name? Now that we've seen Frog, maybe we can talk to Queen Lean. Grab another shelter while we're still at it. Go to Guardia Castle. Kalunk. Yeah, we know. Let's go in and check in with the king. And the Queen Lean as well. Nope, Cyrus didn't do that. Dude must have found it accidentally. Oh, Chrono, I have grown to... Yada, yada, yada. I wonder. I get the feeling I probably won't get anything further there. But I'm gonna go check in anyway. Let's see if I wonder if the guys are any better now. Now that's the kitchen. We already know they're okay. They'll do without us. Now, out of curiosity, for those who have played Chrono Trigger here, when did you first play it, and on what did you play the game? In my case, I picked it up originally in '95 and played it on my SNES. That's right, I gotta go this way. Pick up another one of these guys. Okay, so here we go. We've got out. Now the question is, will it make a difference? We need to find Moonstone. Well, Dreamstone, excuse me. My husband Marco hasn't returned from the war, but we got it. We got that. We already saw that. Yeah, we don't have anything up there. I don't think we have anything back here. Dorino Inn. Nope, we've already been here. Go to the Elder's house because why not? The rainbow shell, we could make a prismatic armor to guard against magic. Yet I worry I may have misplaced trust in that young man. Claims to be a great explorer, but was I right to trust him? Magus' keep sits on the island. Sits on an island to the east. The sheer cliffs around it make it surrounding it make it inaccessible. Thinking we're Magus' fiends. Yeah, right. I don't think so. Shoot. Don't need to go to the inn. Let's go hit the tavern real quick. Oh, there he is. Oh, we meet again. What say you buy me a drink? Yeah, fine. Cheers to your safety and success. I tracked down the rainbow shell that the Dorina Elder hired me to find. It's on a small island, it seems. But there's the rub. I don't know which one. The money he fronted me is all gone, too. Oh, what should I do? So, Tata was only a fraud after all. He's always causing trouble, that one. But if he's not the hero, what's the real one? Yeah, I've already found him. See what he's talking, what he's doing. Have you heard about the magic cave that's one of the east of the Denadoro Mountains? I saw a sheer rock that was that there was part of a castle gate, and a host of fiends strolled right in. Best leave Magus and his cronies to their own devices, though, lest you want trouble. East of the Denadoro Mountains. Okay, so market. Let's see what you got for us today. I'm afraid my brother will hurt himself. Well. Oh well. We've already got enough golden suits, so I'm not terribly worried about that. Although one thing I will do. Let's see. Potions were 10 gil each. That's 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Mid potions. 20, 30. Yeah, I think we'll do that for now. We'll just get one. Just to round things out. Nice, even round numbers. Let's see what the other guys have to say. And I thought the hero was one of our own. How disappointing. Strange monster came. Yep, we saw Queenling this and Masamune that. You're an ugly frogman. We found him. So yeah, we know exactly who you're talking about, and shut the hell up about him, okay? Pony deal, paid in advance. Would you like to do? Yep. Very well. Everybody's awake. Let's get out of here. I think these are the Denadora Mountains. That must be our cave over there. Let's see. How are we going to get over there? That's the big question I got to ask. And of course, the other stuff, is, of course, is just a matter of how do we get there. Wait a minute. Do we have a boat here? Nope. That probably won't happen for a while yet, I suspect. So let us head up here. There's Truce Canyon. And of course we get those guys again. Damn it. Plonk. Sending a rock my way. Geez, barely, crumbles under Marl's fire. Let's go on in. Oops, sorry about the weird movement there, because I was basically taking it off and I had a little bit of an issue here. I'm gonna go save this real quick. There we go, finally. I thought I was gonna have to do something, but I guess I won't. The rare red rock. That's the one we're looking for right now. Can't do anything with that just yet. I wonder how we're looking right now. So what do you want? You looking for some practice? Hey, why not? All right. We'll go ahead and speed myself up real quick. Oh, damn. Nope, she's gone. Ouch. Oh, God. You know what? Never mind. Let's see if I got enough to heal myself all the way. Yep, I do. And of course, you take about half of it away in one go. Or just over half of it anyway. And I'm toast. Tucked out a bomb. And I win this time. Oh me, oh my, that was embarrassing. Guess you aren't, guess you, ain't so bad after all. Here, this is for you. Specchio's refresher set. Contain 1 magic capsule and 5 ethers. I'll take that. What can I say? I'm the master of war. I love this bit of music. You have a bit of 16th notes on the bottom with triplets on top. 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. Those 16ths. Dun, 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 dun. That has always been one of my favorite. Okay, everything is refreshed. Now we gotta go find that rare red rock, as he put it. Let's see if we happen to see anything new over here. Not really. Mystic Mountains. Yeah, let's do that, because why not? And of course, we fall down. Go boom. Look at those things. They're all green and scaly. What are those? Let's do a whole bunch of them at once. Oh! What happened to Chrono? Oh, must have put him to sleep. Antipody bomb? Fire and ice, baby. And there those guys go. Oh boy, more? We're outnumbered, oh no! What should we do, Chrono? We have inbound! Uh-oh. Good thing I actually saved the game, because I think the game just crashed. At least now we know what it is, and we needed to head somewhere. Yeah, I somehow suspect the program is not going to respond. Well, hang on just a minute. Let's go back to chatting window for just a sec here. Well, that was unfortunate, but thankfully, like I said, I saved the game before I went back to 65 million AD. So let's go ahead and get this started. Eating the last of my lunch that I got earlier today. Resume bookmark file. Let's see what happens. Yep, sure enough, it actually picked it up right where things died. Well, that one, that's not what I wanted to do. Not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to do things automatically. Go bye-bye. Keel. Bye-bye. Obtain pedal. More. Marl's level increased. Luca's levels increased. And of course, now we're grossly outnumbered. What should we do, Chrono? Let's see if it actually allows us to go on this time. Uh-oh, it crashed again. Well, that's unfortunate. I may actually have to play it off stream in order to get that, or figure out how to do it. Yeah, exactly. No! Let's see what happens. Well, helps if I have the right process in focus. And give me just a sec here. There we go. Resume bookmarked game. This is going to be a little dangerous. I may have to switch to a different game or figure out how to get past this portion of the game. Oh boy. Ooh, get 4 of them at once. I may have to, I've got it on game capture right now, which means it will not be capturing the actual video. I won't be capturing the FMV, but I'm gonna try and catch it in the middle. Okay. We're outnumbered. What shall we do, Chrono? There we go. I think we needed to get past that first bit. There we go. I think we managed to finally get past it. We've already seen the first bits of it, so... What the? I see Chrono looking at her, looking at him, at her and saying, what the hell just happened here? Goodness, she's tough. Oh, helps if I actually have the game in focus, too. Who is that? Uh-oh, they're coming our way! Let's get them all! Missed. Although I think Luca's now asleep. Here we go! Go freeze those guys. Nice. Put them on ice. Let's go dual tech. Damn it. Antipody bomb. Let's get up. Let's see if we can get these two in one go. Go freeze them and then burn them. Toasty. Oh, well, that, at least we got past that, which I'm very happy to see now. And we're still able to get the FMVs. I'm going to actually turn off the... we won. I'm going to switch back over to game capture. Oh yeah, that's right. I got to go switch over this. You know what? Screw it. It was working before. We might as well continue it. Ah. What do you want? Ack! Chrono. You strong. What name? Chrono name. Good name. Name? Me. Game crash again. Oh no. So I guess we're gonna have to try that again, shall we, kiddos? Wow, they weren't kidding. I've heard people say that the game was quite unreliable. We're going to resume bookmarked game. Let's see if it actually... No, you don't. Please don't do this. There we go. We got it. Okay, let's try that again, shall we, kids? Oh, don't do it. Don't do it. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. I'm gonna let it play through the video without actually showing the video, because that's what happened last time. Or at least I'm gonna stop the video. We've already shown it, so I'm not worried about it. And we're outnumbered. What should we do? Uh-oh. There we go. Finally. Who is that? Yeah. And at least we now have a much smaller crowd here. Get them all. Ah, damn it. Luca's asleep. Wait a minute. God damn it, not again. That one's toast. Well, she's awake now, finally. Yeah, that one's overkill for just the one. I would rather have had multiple targets. But whatever, I'll take what I can get. Chain pedal, Chronos level increased. What do you want? Let's see if it'll let me do it this time. You strong, what name? Want a name, good name, me? There we go. Me, Ayla. Ayla like strong man. So Ayla like Chrono. Get away from her, Chrono. Huh, looks like someone's got a new friend. You strong too. Ayla like strong person. Man, woman, both like. Oh dear. I'm not. Chrono, where from? More like when from. How can we explain? We're from way after the day after tomorrow. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Haha, you funny. Ayla, like funny person. It's no use. You come village. Talk and eat, dance, drink, fun. We'd love to go, but we're looking for some dreamstone right now. Stone? Stone everywhere. Here, there, village. Ayla give you many, many stone. Ioka village this way. Follow Ayla. Meanwhile, waiting for all these guys to do their thing. I screwed up. I needed to go one over so I can get all of those guys in one go. That's all right, though. That one's toast, or maybe. Now it is. No, it's not. Darn it. Another crit. I like that. Now that one's toast. Good. Gloves are nice. Except blades and stuff like that aren't nice. Knock the spit out of those guys. Okay. Let's get them both. Let's head on out. Actually, I'm just going to say screw that noise. No finish yet. More weight. You reptite Trent, I beat you up. Yeah, right. Drink happy water, feel good. Hit points and magic points restored. Reptite scales, cold blood, hard to beat. There's a way to get in there. Oh, wait a minute. Let's try the top. Forest maze. I have a feeling I need to go somewhere else. I get the weirdest feeling I'm not supposed to be here just yet. Okay, where are you? Yeah, no, I don't think I want you to do that to me, thank you. Already been there. Meeting grounds, nope. Let's go to the other side and try coming in from the other side. No finish yet, more weight. Okay then. Let's do this real quick. Save. The rare red rock. Chief's hut. Maybe that might. Oh, there we go. Maybe she's the chief. Good. Chrono, come. Night soon. Finish ready for party. Chrono, this way. Ayla, listen, Ayla, we make new friend. Strongman, Chrono. Chrono friend, Marl, Luca. Ooga, shaka, ooga, shaka. Now dance, Bobonga. Chrono, eat, drink, and sing. Dance with wind people. Of course, Kino, not you, not an Ioka person. Why Ayla give party? Strange. Everybody's playing music of some sort. Good music. We want passed down many generations. Yep, we've seen these guys. That's good. Oh, should I or shouldn't I? Come on, Chrono, let's have fun. Let's see. Let's see. What am I supposed to do? Talk to Kino again. Nope. What happens if I step out? Nope, can't. That's right. They were doing preparations earlier. That's why we're here. Well, let's see. What are we doing? This is wonderful, isn't it? I think I'll dance too. You're gonna try this, some of this shit, some of this, okay. What's that? Your matter move, mouse, drink it in one gulp, okay. And watch him just knock it back. Yeah, ha, ha. Chrono try drink. It's only special time drink. Good drink. Name Skull Smash. Next day, skulls feel like a smash. Ioka Village fight people. Leader name Azala. Azala very smart. All in Ioka Village fight. No fight person go Laraba Village. Always run from Reptide. Always hide. Azala want to destroy Ioka Laraba, both. Ayla no lose, only when Ayla dead stop fight. Ayla no more, says no more talk that. Today meet Chrono, good day. Eat, drink, dance, sing. Nah. Whoa, she really wants me to knock another one back, doesn't she? This is great. Come on, let's dance. Good. Okay, let's try it again. Red rock, look for this rock. Rare red rock, have rock, means strong person. Must, Ayla must, most strong Ioka village. So Ayla rock. Chrono want, Chrono challenge Ayla. Win, Ayla give. Got it. Ayla go, get more skull smash. Party now, so drink. Chrono and Ayla have battle. Who drink more? Mash B, many time. Let's see if I got the right button. I think I got a few more out of that brap. No more Chrono. Ayla lose. Give rock. Ayla, Chrono drink good. Drink one more. Too strong Chrono. Four. Maybe too much drink. Oops. Uh-oh. My head. What did I did what last night? Liar. Why does my head hurt like this? Skull smash. Morning, Chrono. Wasn't last night fun? She seems to remember. Hey, where did those footprints come from? It's gone. The gate key's gone. Uh-oh. They're screwed. Thief must have left these prints. Without the key, we're stuck here forever. This is bad. We have to go see Ayla. Oh, Chrono, early wake. Ugh. Too much skull smash. Sorry to wake you, but someone stole something important from us while we were asleep. What? Stole? Must be rep type. Chrono, go with Ayla. We find bad rep type. Who else come? Let's do that. Maybe village urgency. We go ask. Chrono, come. Yep, she's plastered. Meeting grounds. Oh, you come see me. What you have? Oh, it's... Give me 6, 3 each. 2 kind. I give you good strong thing. Not for now. Lightning stun dinosaur. Did you know? You know? Okay. Chrono stays in the party. Go hunting range. Friendly. Yeah, got it. Oh, Ruby gun. Petal and Fang trade Ruby gun. Ruby vest. Petal and Fang. Let's go get those. Petal. Not for now. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and equip. Oh, shit. That's not what I wanted to do. Yes, I might as well. Let's go and change equipment. Let's go and equip him with... How's fire damage? Oh, she already has one. Damn it. Let's go and save the game real quick because last thing I need. Footprints, follow. Let's see what everyone else has to say. Me see reptiles coming from meeting grounds. Go south, forest maze. Oh, yeah, okay. Forest maze, scary place, many monsters, many paths. Chief, be careful. Workino, no see all day. Yeah, we need to find him because speaking of Kino, there he is. Kino, what you do? Say now. Kino, sorry, Ayla. Kino, take Chrono stuff. Why take? Excuse me. Kino like Ayla best. Ayla say like Chrono. Kino mad. Mac. Madam Ayla, violence is never the best solution. Kino know why Ayla hit? You know why I hit you. Ayla no like Kino? You do not like me? No! Ayla like Kino best. Well, no, Ayla no want Kino do bad thing. Bad thing not good. Of course not. Kino sorry, Ayla. Kilo sorry, Chrono. Give back thing, give thing back, Chrono. No have, Reptites take. Reptite? Where Reptite go? Run trees, there. Ayla go. Kino, go back village. Ayla gone. Protect, Kino protect Ioka. Okay, Ayla. Because they're the putty prints. Kino, man. Ayla die, Ayla have baby, then Kino chief. Madam Ayla, my apologies for implying that you may have been out of control. Follow Reptite. Get Chrono thing. Yeah, let's go get Chrono thing. Mid potion, always a good thing. Oh, come on. Whoa, crit. Wow, she's pretty strong out the gate. Hold on. Another Phoenix down of some sort. Now we got to go over there and get that treasure chest. More of the good stuff. Sounds like she's biting him. These guys are too cute to kill. How dare you be so cute where I actually feel guilty killing you. Obtained petal. Full beans. Yes. I think she's a Alright, we gotta head her back to the end of time and see what she's capable of doing. How am I not able to get to that thing? There we go. Got a shelter out of it, so I can't complain too much. Wait a sec. Hold on. Oh. Oh, son of a gun. Ooh, crit. All these wonderful memories coming back. I love this game so much. When it works, of course. Chomp. And toast. Not these guys again. Chomp. Ooh, crit and dead. And another crit. Chomp. Dead. Oh, fiddlesticks, where am I going? Okay, that's how we got to the lower part. That's how we needed to get down here. Got it. Okay. Mid potion. Always love having those things around. Footprints follow. Footprints follow. Where the heck is the next? How do we get out of here? That's the real question now. So how do we get out of here? Okay, where are we going? Oh boy. Ah, look what I found. Wait a minute. Oh, hang on. I know. Shoot. What is this guy here? Winged ape, I think? I don't know. Bow, bow. Oh, he's no more. And so is he. Let's see. We need to... There we go. There we go. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, we're exactly where we need to go. We're inside. We're in the reptile lair. Let's go kill these guys. Go get him. Oh, that's right. We haven't gone through that yet. Hang on. Leave, baby. And he's toast too. Oh, what do we got here? Let's go down. We gotta fight these guys first, I see. She goes at it like an animal. Damn, Ayla's already losing health like it's going out of style. Going down. Do it on self. And we gotta fight this guy. Go get him. Clank. Oh my god, yeah, that was good. It cost a lot of points though, I suspect. Going down. Let's go kill these guys. Go kill them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. Let's get him. Let's go heal him up. Yeah, needed it. Go get him. That'll probably kill him already. Or at least the better part of killing him anyway. Oof. I think we got our stuff right down there. Let's get him. Obtained high ether, I guess not. And we got this other guy in here, so yeah, okay. Oh, that's right, lightning. Let's get a... Yep. Shocked. Chrono needs it badly. Still down. Toast. Yeah, that helped enormously, I just remembered. Stone helm. Nope. Yeah, she's already got the good stuff. Golden suit. Okay, let's go. We got all the things here. Yep, there we go. Yep, she needed it, but I think Robo's gonna need it more. Oh, dead. Never mind. Yeah, that's not what I wanted to do, but that's okay. Clonk. Got him. Got him. Ooh, critical, and got him. Ooh, sorry about that. Oh, you guys are not making it easy for me. Gee, I wonder why. Zap. Oops. Zap. Oh boy, Chrono needs the defense badly. Oh, never mind, but that's okay. Someone's gonna get a nice big jolt. And one that ultimately cost him. At least it woke up, Chrono. I mean, Ayla, excuse me. Nice. Let's use... Save. Footprints. Follow. Footprints. Followed. What in the world? Could those filthy apes have crafted something this advanced? Oh, that's a Zala. So the hairless apes arrive. Ah, and these new ones appear cut from the finger of, appear cut from a finer cloth than Ayla. Perfect. This should make things easier. Tell me, apes, what is the purpose of this device? Tell us all about Gatekeep? No. I suppose you need some motivation. Well, so be it. Let's see, let's wait till, because I know this music. Come, Nisbel. And it's boss time, baby. Go get him. I may have to use some magic to get his attention. Defense lowered. Get him. That's more like it. Oh my God, you're kidding me. Probably just as well that I did that too. There we go. shit. There we go. Boy, she needed that. Electric discharge. Oh, dear God. Nope, there goes. Nope, we're all toast. Oh well. You know, I think I'm going to go ahead and go back to the chatting window, and I think we're going to change games. Yeah, rather than have my frustration levels take me over, I'm going to go ahead and just change to a different source of frustration, if you get my meaning. In this case, it's going to be Final Fantasy VII. Not a bad idea. I don't disagree with you there, that's for darn sure, because, you know, I don't exactly like being too terribly frustrated. I'm going to take a look at something real quick while I'm here. Let's see, where are we going? Oh yeah, not here. Waiting on the game to start. Once we do it, we'll go ahead and set the Capture OBS Studio on this machine to capture the game. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Play. Okay, let's see if it allows me to do it. Okay, there we go. Program A. Oh, what am I doing? I guess we gotta send them off. Let's see, what do we do here? Just when I think the job's boring, you guys start messing around. The president's safe because we're here. I'll bet they are. And that's right, I can't talk to Tsang for whatever reason. I wish I could, but whatever, I'll deal. Maybe I needed to go the other way. Hang on. How's it going? If you're looking for the Judan dock, it's over there. Thanks for that heads up, buddy. Hey, aren't you still on duty? Look, I shouldn't talk, but don't become a bad worker like me. Okay. Whatever you say. Speed source. Okay. Whatever that is, I don't know. Well, that was an interesting way of doing it. equipment and accessories. Okay. Oh, welcome. We don't have much of anything now. I forgot to order enough last time, but feel free to look around. Okay. Bye. Oops. Excuse me. Let's try that again. Mithril Saber? Nope. Yeah, we're so out of money. Yeah, we don't have anything in terms of money. Blasted. That's okay, though. All right, it's time. Dan Hut! President Rufus has now arrived. This is it. Judon military reception. Do it right and do it with enthusiasm. Ready? Left. Oh, God. Oops. Now finish strong. Looks like you need more practice. With things looking this bad, you better be ready for cutbacks. Okay. Uh-oh. Ah, digger, there's a boozy beggar could drink you under the table. Yeah, ha ha. Here's a special bonus for you. A token of the president's kindness. Don't forget it. Receive sober glasses. Okay, then. Once word gets out that Sephiroth's here, Cloud and his friends will show up too. We'll crush them as soon as we find them. Little do you know. Oh, little do you know. We can't have them get in our way. Well, guess what? We're in your way, whether you know it, or, whether you like it or not, whether you know it or not. Leave it up to me, sir. Yeah, ha, ha, ha. I thought I told you to stop with that stupid laugh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, all right, dismissed. That was close. Aw Digger's been really edgy lately. Because Hojo disappeared, receiving a letter of resignation. Digger's been forced to take over that investigation, too. Hey, I thought you were dismissed. We got some cleaning up to do. Hurry! Hurry up. You're the last one. How'd you get here? The dolphin gave me a ride. Priscilla remembered it after you climbed the pole. Don't be mad at her, but don't be mad at her. Okay. We'll cross the ocean to the new continent. Even if we're wearing Shinra's uniforms. So here we go. Away from Junon. I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat. I don't even know the rest of that. I'm on a mother effing boat. Oh boy. Meanwhile, time to go do a little bit of plundering. Ether. All materia. Hey, I'll take that. I'm working hard already. You told me to do more. New president's probably the same. He's just gonna order us around anyway. Well, isn't that too bad? It's me, Aerith. Hey, Cloud. Did you see the airship at Junon? Yep. I heard it was big, but I didn't expect it to be that big. That was really something. Hey, do you think I can get on? I'll take you someday. Keep hoping. Wow, I'm really looking forward to it. Hey, get to work. Both the president and Rufus and Heidegger are both the new president. Rufus and Heidegger on the board on the ship. If we do good, we can get promoted. It won't do any good trying to stop me. All right, I'm going to show what the new president I'm made of. Good luck, buddy. There we go. Yes, sir. Everything quiet, sir. But you know what? I really hate this uniform. Uniform, soldiers, war, hate them all. Take away all the things and people you love. I wish they'd all disappear. Right, Cloud? Yeah. You're right. Yes, sir. I'll continue my watch, sir. Hey, what's going wrong, kid? You got no pep. A seaman's got to have oomph. I'm tired. Something's missing. Leave me alone. I think that's Red 13. If I had to guess, given the movement, that is Red 13. ... It's me, Red 13. Yep, I was right. I'm a little woozy, but I shouldn't get caught. Humans only look at appearances anyway. Any way you look at it, I say I make a fine human being. Thank you. You know what? Let's go ahead and save. All right, we got the cargo ship. Let's Oh man, we're almost to Costa del Sol. When I get there, I'm gonna take a long overdue vacation. Maybe I'll go down to the beach and get a tan. Yeah, you do you, buddy. I just got the perfect thing. Invisible Alpha, the super drink for seamen. This one will rejuvenate you. No thanks, I don't think I have the money for it. Seamen shouldn't be so stingy. Well, guess what? I don't have any money. Something's missing. What do you mean missing? Yeah, no, I don't have the money. Yeah, I ain't gonna be able to do anything with that right now. Let's see, what are we doing next? Pretty hard standing on only 2 feet. Okay. Gotcha. I think I'm probably gonna, let's see, where are we going? Oh, and I just realized my mouse has been there the whole time. All right. Okay. Hey, get to work. Yeah. Nope. Oh, wait a minute. I haven't been up this stairway yet. Oh, wait a minute. Nope, there's stuff in the way, so guess that ain't happening. Come on. Stripes Red, you're in my way. What are you doing, wearing someone else's body or something? I don't know. Ah. Yes, sir. I'll continue watching my. Yeah. Thanks, Tifa. I'm just checking. I thought I may have heard my phone go off, but nope, not this time. We're almost at Costa del Sol. Yeah. Got it. Come on. Good for you. I'm working on it already, and you still want me to do more? Yeah. Hey, get to work. Both the new president, Rufus, and Heidegger are aboard the ship. If we do good, we could get promoted. Yeah, right. Well, I wonder if I have any key items. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Let's see. I wonder. Oh boy. The way you guys try and get on here, try and blend in is kind of adorable. Oh boy, I feel so lost right now. It's been forever since I played this particular part of the game, and I don't even remember where we're supposed to go. Ugh. Yeah, you ain't letting me get anywhere, aren't you, huh? Hey, Cloud, did you see Barrett? Hope he's not doing anything stupid. Knowing Barrett, doing something stupid seems to be his specialty. Well, let's go topside and see if he's about to do exactly that. Oh, damn it. Do something stupid, that is. Yes, sir. I'll continue my watch. Yeah, right. So, we did manage to talk to everybody. Wait a minute, guys. Is he still here? No, he's gone now. There he is. That's what I had to do. I had to talk to Aerith again. I heard my phone, one of my phones go off. I'll look at it in a minute. Yeah, I'll do it later. Look, Cloud, it's Rufus and Heidegger. They're this close, but we can't do a thing to them. But that made things go a little quicker. But yeah, he did something pretty stupid, all right. That's okay, though. We have to expect that. Let's talk to Tifa real quick to see if anything changed. Yeah, I think I have to go down and talk to Aerith again. You have to go up there again. I may have to be the one to do something resembling stupid. Let's see what we got. Laughing like that because of him, Biggs, Wedge, Jesse. Yep, he's about to do something stupid. God, I can't take it anymore. I'm gonna settle things here and now. Yup. Emergency alert. Reports of a stowaway found. Those not on detail, search the ship. Report when found. I repeat, stowaway sighted on board. Those not on detail, search the ship. Report when found. Damn, did they find us? I don't think it's us. Did they find Tifa and the others? Get off your spiky button. Let's go, Cloud. Uh-oh. Yeah. Let's do one thing real quick first. Save. So we need to go below decks. Everyone all right? You all right? Huh? Everyone's here, right? Hey, wait. You don't think that that suspicious stowaway is Sapphire? Really? How the hell am I supposed to know? Let's find out. It's the most logical thing to do. Then who's going to go? Sephiroth. All right, let's go. Uh-oh. The engine room. A suspicious character. Gee, I wonder whom that might be. There's no way. That... Not a human. That thing's not human. And of course, there's that heartbeat. Is it Sephiroth? He's probably gonna... Nope, he's dead. I kind of figured he might be. No, not Sephiroth. After a long sleep, the time has come. Cloud, look! Yup, it's Sephiroth, all right. Sephiroth, you're alive. God damn it. Who are you? You don't remember me? I'm Cloud. Cloud? Sephiroth, what are you thinking? What are you doing? The time is now. What? What are you saying? 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. It's Genova time, baby. Let's get him. One, two, three, go. Go crit time, baby. All right, get him. Stopped her entirely. Zorch! It's 110. Let's see what lightning does to it. What bolt does to him. Oh, 2 of them going into limit break. Well, at least you got something out of it. Go get him. 1, 2, 3, go. Ouch. Oh, she's toast. Oh boy, we're screwed. Genova, birth. Oh! Nice try, buddy. crit. Well, I'll take the hits when I can. Go get him! Woohoo! Let's see what Bolt does to him. Yeah, they're about the same. Stop. Damn. Let's see if that helps at all. Toing. Nope. Ooh, nice hits. Zorch. Nice. Got crits on both. Get them on both. There we go. At least everybody got experience and all got leveled up. White cape. I've seen this before. Genova, the arm of Genova. Genova, he's been carrying this thing around? So it was Sephiroth. The time was now, I think was what he said. Time is now. I'm getting so confused. Cloud, try and explain what's happened so far. I'll try, but don't interrupt me while I'm explaining. Sephiroth went off searching for the Promised Land, so he could become the ruler of the planet. That was 5 years ago. Then Sephiroth came back and killed President Shinra. And then just now, all of us saw Sephiroth. He was carrying Genova with him. This much I do know. He told me he wants to go to the Promised Land with his mother, Genova. I guess that's about it. Dock workers will be docking in Costa del Sol in 5 minutes. Prepare for docking. We should hide somewhere again. Ifrit. Dot. Excuse me, let's try that again. Dot. You have a whole lot of nothing to say, I see. Wind slash. Sephiroth is alive. We knew that. The Promised Land? Does it really exist? Okay then. All right, we're about to land at Costa del Sol. Damn, it sure is hot here. But I sure feel better now that I can say goodbye to this sailor suit. Yo, listen up. Y'all be sure to mingle like regular folks here. Aw, too bad. I rather liked Barrett's sailor suit. He looks so cute. What do you mean, cute? Right, well, Barrett, why did you use that sailor suit for pajamas? Right, Cloud? I guess. You look like a bear wearing a marshmallow. What the hell is that supposed to mean? This happens to be the most comfortable. So shut up. Would you kindly hurry? The heat is drying my nose. All right, we'll take a break and then head off. Don't wander too far off. I'll wander wherever I damn well want. Who made him the leader? It looks like my mane got messed up. I'm gonna rest somewhere cool. Crawling around, yeah, it looks like he's totally tuckered out. Uh-oh. About to touch down on the helipad. What a long boat ride. Good work, everyone. I was hitting the wrong button. I thought I was hitting the one that was for that, but that's all right. Yeah, ha, ha. Hurry up with that. Yes, sir. I heard Sephiroth was on board. Yes. And it seems Cloud and the others were on board too. Yes. They all slipped through. You messed up big time. You messed up big this time, Heidegger. I'm ashamed of myself. Aw, poor thing. Is that all you can do? Give one-word answers and apologize for everything? Ready for departure, sir. Do something. I'll be expecting results. Oh, God. And now he's flying off. I'll be heading back to the center of Midgar. Hey, aren't you bored? Not that much. Oh, really? I'm a little bored. Come on, back to work tomorrow. Here you are, Costa del Sol, the tourist information guide. What do you want to know? There's the end. I recommend a resort located in the outskirts of the city. Where are the stores? If you're looking for souvenirs, we recommend Butch's. Okay then. Show me around town. Wait a minute, I'm going to look at my guidebook. Costa del Sol is the gateway to the west and is a prominent world-renowned resort, which has been around for ages. Come on, I don't care about that. If you want a good time, go down to the beach where there are lots of beautiful women. You wouldn't happen to be rich, well, not so. I thought so. Are you interested? This is the road to the Golden Saucer. Gold Saucer. Head south to the Gold Saucer, and you'll find casinos and an amusement park. If you're planning to walk, you'll have to cross mountains and valleys. So I wouldn't recommend it. But if you're on vacation, you should go there at least once. Let's see if there's another one here. No, I think we got that. Oh yeah. You're kidding. You can't tell just by looking, but I'll tell you just in case. Rich and exciting place to stay. Head south to go okay. Oh, so both of them will lead you to the Gold Saucer. It's just the answer in the middle is what changes depending on how you answer. Always check the bars because you never know what kind of information you might find. Come on, please. If you don't buy from me, you won't be able to pay the rent. I won't be able to pay the rent. Okay. Let's see. Protects against frog and small. Let's sell this one. Let's see. Mithril Claw. Grand Glove. Don't want to sell that, that's for sure. Restore. Kobolor. Oops, excuse me. Let's do that again. I think we have an all material. Yep, we do. Let's see. We have cover already, so let's do that. Ice Shiva. And that makes you Shiva. You get my meaning. We could walk around here naked and no one would look twice. Oh boy, that's kind of scary in a way. Come on, please, okay? Nope, can't get that one. Okay. You want drink is okay. You take time. Yeah, snowboarding's been what's happening this year. I'm sick of surfing. We're all heading to the excuse me. We're all heading over to Gold Saucer now. We're gonna take a ton of money we're gonna make a ton of money at the Chocobo races. Then we're gonna take a trip to the Icicle Inn and snowboard. Ugh, can't stand hot places. Wanna order? We're out of that now. I really like this town. And of course, I already saw that one. Hey, I thought you'd drop by. That's 1, 2, 4 fishes all together. Not bad. Welcome to Bar del Sol. Here's to tropical nights. Shall we play our hand around here? Not yet. Remember, no compromises. I don't know how that happened. That's interesting. It's not as if I'm doing this because I want to. You see, this tail of mine moves quite independently of my will. 1, 2, 3, here we go. Yeah, I'd like to find a gorgeous chick and have a great time. Let's see what he wants. See what he has. Oh, it's all materia. How about some soft as a memento of this wonderful trip, made especially in Costa del Sol? Here's Petrify. And we got plenty of tents, so I think we're good for now. Wait a minute. Oh. Hey, yo, someone's in here, all right? Ugh, I feel god-awful. Oh, you. Weren't you there with that big... Weren't you with that big sailor? Don't know what you're talking about. What's the matter? Listen to this. Big sailor just busted in here all of a sudden. He took over the restroom. He's been in there moaning ever since. I don't know what I'm gonna do. And if you're just gonna... Would you please pay his bill too? Yo, Cloud, still too early, ain't it? What now? Call it a night? Turner Gill a night. Stay. Oh, I've changed my mind, because I don't have enough money. Make sure, please come again. How about some soft? Yeah, let's see. I think I may need to... I should be able to talk to it. I should be able to pay that. Actually, I was able to do it earlier. I just didn't realize it. Oh, you. Wasn't me. I don't guy. This is bad for us. The guy's taking over the John. He hasn't even paid his hotel bill yet. If you're checking in, would you pay his bill too? Yo, Cloud, still too early, ain't it? Aw, come now. We know he's a friend of yours, Fibber. What now, call it a night? 200 gil a night? Stay. Cradled by the sound of the ocean, sweet dreams. Speaking of sounds of the ocean, there we go. Good morning, be careful traveling. And we're gonna head out. Hey, President Rufus came here yesterday. He used to be the president's little boy. We nicknamed him the Little Prez. He didn't look much different than the surfers on the beach. That's right. It totally skipped my mind. There was something I was supposed to tell you. That's right. It's about that. It was yesterday. A man wearing a black cape came up from the ocean. I think he had tickets for the gold saucer. No, that wasn't it. I wonder if it was just an illusion. Ew, leave me alone. You're trying to make me drown? You're gonna make me drown. Yes, Professor Hojo. Where? It looks like the professor discovered or found a solution to something. You know, I wonder if they headed west for Mount Corel. Hey, don't forget to talk to me too. Sounded like Sephiroth. Well, that's interesting. Let's go ahead and head out. It's the ocean. A creepy man was signaling for us to come. I was scared to come here. 1, 2, 3, here we go. What happens if we walk that way? Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it for now because I'm getting a little tired right now. Let me mute that real quick. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me on my birthday and enjoying some of the stuff I've been watching earlier. So, let me see whom we might go and say hi to. What we got? But yeah, I really appreciate you coming by. I hope you enjoyed your stay. And well, I made my, and another thing I also wanted to celebrate was 600 followers here on Twitch. And let's see, 130 followers, subscribers on YouTube, 730 plus followers on Twitter, and of course 56 laps around the sun, which of course happened today. Let's see who we might go and say hi to. Hold on just a sec here. Okay, I think I know who we might visit. Haven't rated her yet. We're going to be visiting Aqua, AQWA. She is playing balloons. Let me go ahead and start the, let me go ahead and set up the raid here real quick here. Oh, AQUWA, excuse me. I was typing it in wrong. Let's try that again. Balloons TD6. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and start the raid side on get all the raid stuff ready for everyone here on Twitch. There is some text for those of you who don't have subs, and for those of you who do, which happens to have all my it has one of my emotes on there. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that? Anyway, let's go ahead and start that real quick. There's going to be more coming soon in the days ahead, so by all means, keep an eye on the announcements on my Twitter as well as everywhere else. Going to be playing. Going to be doing the on Monday. I'm going to be covering the Atlas V Centaur launch of the Boeing CST-100 Starliner. In this case, we're going to be watching the Calypso liftoff. For its first test flight to the ISS. So in the meantime, until the next time I stream, hopefully I might do something tomorrow. I haven't figured out what I want to do yet. But in the meantime, thanks for joining me. And as always, Slava Ukraini. And until next time, have a great one. And I will see you then. Bye.